What if I told you that there exists a book so massive it could easily weigh as much as a small child? This is not a fantasy from a novel, but a real artifact that has intrigued scholars, historians, and curious minds for centuries. The Codex Gigas, often referred to as the Devil's Bible, is a monumental manuscript that dates back to the early 13th century. It is not merely a book. It is a symbol of medieval ambition, mystery, and art. As we embark on this journey, let's picture the moment when a historian first laid eyes on this extraordinary tome. Imagine the dust motes dancing in the sunlight filtering through a dimly lit room, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and ink. There it rests, the Codex Gigas, open and inviting, a treasure chest of knowledge and secrets waiting to be unveiled. At over 3 feet long and weighing approximately 165 pounds, this giant book commands respect. Bound in the skin of a calf, its pages, made from a type of parchment known as vellum, house the text and illustrations that have captivated generations. As we delve deeper into its pages, we uncover not only its content, but also its story, one that intertwines with the very fabric of history itself. The origins of the Codex Gigas are shrouded in legend. Some say it was created by a single monk in a remote monastery, while others suggest it was the collective effort of many hands. The tale goes that a monk, condemned to a life of solitude and punishment, made a desperate pact to create the world's largest book in a single night, hoping to immortalize his name. With the help of the devil himself, he completed his formidable task. This narrative, although likely apocryphal, captures the imagination and reflects the medieval mindset, a blend of faith, fear, and the supernatural, the far. As we turn the pages of this remarkable manuscript, we find an array of texts that range from biblical scripture to medical knowledge, histories, and even magical incantations. The sheer breadth of information it contains is astonishing. The Old and New Testaments, the lives of the saints, and a collection of other religious texts fill its folios. The Codex Gigas serves as a testament to the knowledge of the time, combining theology, history, and practical wisdom in a single volume. But it is not just the content that intrigues us. It is also the stunning illustrations that adorn its pages. Among these, there is a striking image of the devil himself, an imposing figure, with horns and a menacing gaze, depicted in vivid colors that leap from the page. This illustration has led to the Codex Gigas being dubbed the Devil's Bible, a title that evokes curiosity and fear in equal measure. The inclusion of such a vivid and unsettling image prompts us to ponder the beliefs and fears of the medieval world. The Codex Gigas is more than just a collection of texts. It embodies the spirit of an age. It reflects the struggles of learning and the quest for knowledge in a time when literacy was a privilege of the few. The meticulous craftsmanship seen in its pages speaks volumes about the dedication of those who worked to preserve and transmit knowledge. As we explore the pages further, we stumble upon a variety of medical texts, revealing a fascinating juxtaposition of superstition and science. Herbal remedies, anatomical insights, and even surgical procedures are documented alongside prayers and religious rites. This fusion of the sacred and the secular paints a vivid picture of how medieval people understood their world, a landscape where faith and reason coexisted, often uncomfortably. The history of the Codex Gigas is as tumultuous as the world from which it emerged. Originally housed in the Benedictine monastery of Podlajice in Bohemia, it changed hands numerous times throughout its life. The manuscript became a prized possession of various rulers, including the Swedish King Charles IX, who took it as a war trophy during the 30 Years' War. Its journey through time is a reflection of the broader historical forces that shaped Europe, illustrating how knowledge was both a tool of power and a vessel of cultural heritage. Yet the Codex Gigas is not merely a relic of the past, it continues to inspire awe and wonder today. Scholars and enthusiasts alike are drawn to its enigmatic nature, and modern technology has allowed for new insights into its creation and content. Digital imaging techniques have revealed hidden texts and illustrations, breathing new life into this ancient manuscript and enabling us to peel back the layers of history that have settled upon it. Despite its age and the passage of time, the Codex Gigas remains a living document of human creativity and ambition. It serves as a reminder of our insatiable quest for knowledge, a journey that transcends the boundaries of time and culture. Every page we turn invites us to reflect on the struggles and triumphs of those who came before us, who sought to understand the world and their place within it. As we draw our exploration to a close, we are left with a profound sense of connection to the past. The Codex Gigas, with its weighty presence and rich history, serves as a bridge between the medieval world and our own. It embodies the essence of human curiosity, the desire to know, to learn, and to preserve the knowledge that defines us. In a world that often seems divided by time and culture, the Codex Gigas stands as a testament to our shared heritage. It reminds us that the quest for understanding is a timeless endeavor, one that unites us across the ages. As we ponder the mysteries contained within its pages, we are invited to become part of that ongoing journey, a journey that celebrates the power of knowledge and the stories that shape our lives. So, the next time you find yourself lost in the pages of a book, remember the giant that lies in the annals of history. The Codex Gigas is more than just a manuscript. It is a monumental testament to the human spirit, a lasting legacy that continues to inspire and captivate even centuries after its creation. As the sun began its slow descent behind the hills of Bohemia, the air filled with a palpable sense of mystery, a gentle reminder of the stories etched into the very stones of the monastery of Podležice. For centuries, this serene sanctuary has stood as a testament to faith, learning, and the preservation of knowledge. But few are aware of the fascinating origins that gave birth to one of the most significant manuscripts of the medieval era. Imagine a time when the world was shrouded in the darkness of ignorance, where the flickering light of knowledge was confined to a select few. It was within these cloistered walls that monks dedicated their lives to the pursuit of wisdom, crafting the very words that would illuminate the minds of generations to come. The tale of the monastery of Podležice is not merely about a building, it is about a vibrant intellectual community that thrived during a period when the written word was a rare treasure. The monastery was founded in 1130 by a group of Cistercian monks. These men were not merely seeking solitude, but were on a mission to reform monastic life and return to the strict observance of the rule of St. Benedict. They chose this site not just for its natural beauty, but for its strategic location, nestled between flourishing trade routes that would later help disseminate their works far beyond the region. This was a place where silence reigned, where the only sounds were the rustling of the leaves and the faint echoes of prayers whispered in the stillness. At the heart of the monastery's legacy lies a manuscript so remarkable that its pages have survived the ravages of time. The Podležice manuscript, as it has come to be known, is a compendium of knowledge that reflects the scholarly pursuits of its creators. The monks, with their quills poised over parchment, were not just copying texts. They were engaged in a dialogue with the past, interpreting and preserving the wisdom of ancient philosophers and theologians. Each letter inscribed was a labor of love, an act of devotion that would ensure these teachings would echo through the ages. The manuscript's origins are steeped in a rich tapestry of cultural exchanges. The Cistercians were known for their innovative agricultural techniques, but they were also avid collectors of knowledge. As they traveled, they formed connections with other monastic communities and scholars, gathering texts that spanned a multitude of subjects. This vibrant network allowed the monks of Podlagics to access a diverse range of philosophical and theological works, which they meticulously copied and commented upon. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Podlagice manuscript is its unique approach to various disciplines. The monks did not limit themselves to religious texts. They explored science, medicine, and even the arts. This eclectic blend of knowledge was revolutionary, reflecting a burgeoning curiosity that would later be seen in the Renaissance. The manuscript became a mirror of the world, capturing the essence of the human experience in a time when such endeavors were considered radical. As we delve deeper into the intricacies of the manuscript, it becomes evident that its creation was not merely a solitary endeavor. The monks worked in community, collaborating on projects that required not only individual skill, but also a collective spirit. Scribes would gather in the scriptorium, surrounded by the scent of ink and parchment, their voices rising and falling as they discussed interpretations, debated meanings, and shared insights. This camaraderie fostered an environment where ideas could flourish and creativity could thrive. Yet, the journey of the Podlagice manuscript was not without its challenges. The monks faced numerous obstacles, from external threats to internal strife. The political landscape of medieval Europe was tumultuous, with wars and invasions threatening the sanctity of monastic life. The Cistercians, however, were resilient. Their unwavering faith and commitment to their mission kept the monastery alive, even as the world outside grew chaotic. The manuscript itself embodies this spirit of perseverance. It has endured the ravages of time, surviving wars, fires, and neglect. Each page bears witness to the trials faced by the monks, yet it also stands as a beacon of hope, a reminder of the enduring power of knowledge. The careful preservation of the manuscript is a testament to the monks' foresight. They understood that their work would not only serve their generation, but would also leave a legacy for those who would come after. In examining the manuscript's contents, we discover a treasure trove of insights into the world of the 12th century. The monks included a diverse array of texts, from theological treatises to practical guides on agriculture and medicine. They wrote about the natural world, documenting their observations and experiments in ways that would influence future generations of scholars. The blending of faith and reason found in these pages speaks to a time when the pursuit of knowledge was not seen as a threat, but as a complement to spiritual understanding. The illustrations within the manuscript are equally captivating. Each image crafted by the monks reflects not only their artistic skills, but also their deep engagement with the texts they were preserving. These illustrations serve as visual commentaries, enhancing the written word and inviting readers into a world rich with symbolism and meaning. They remind us that the act of writing was not merely about recording information, it was an art form, a way to communicate complex ideas in a manner that transcended language. As the narrative of the Podlagice manuscript unfolds, we are drawn into the lives of the monks themselves. They were not isolated figures cloistered away from the world. They were active participants in the intellectual currents of their time. Their connections with other scholars, their participation in wider debates, and their willingness to embrace new ideas allowed them to remain relevant in an ever-changing landscape. The monastery of Podlagice was more than just a physical space. It was a hub of enlightenment, a crucible for ideas that would shape the future. The manuscript they created is a reflection of this dynamic environment, a living testament to the power of collaboration and the shared quest for understanding. Each page turned invites us to ponder the complexities of the human experience, to engage with the thoughts of those who came before us, and to recognize that the search for knowledge is an eternal journey. As we conclude our exploration of the origins of the Podlagice manuscript, we are left with a profound sense of gratitude for the monks who dedicated their lives to the preservation of knowledge. Their legacy endures, not just in the pages of a manuscript, but in the hearts and minds of all who continue to seek understanding. The monastery stands as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of knowledge can guide us forward, illuminating paths yet to be discovered. So, as the sun sets behind the hills once more, casting long shadows over the monastery of Podlajice, we are reminded that this place, steeped in history, holds within its walls the stories of those who dared to dream beyond the confines of their time. The manuscript they created is more than just ink on parchment. It is a bridge connecting us to a past rich with wisdom, inviting us to carry that light into the future. Every village has its tales, whispered in the shadows of flickering candlelight, stories that intertwine history and legend, reality and myth. Today, we embark on an unforgettable journey into the depths of one such tale, the haunting story of a monk, a pact, and the dark entity that forever altered the course of his life. This is not merely a story of good versus evil. It is a chilling exploration of ambition, sacrifice, and the price one pays for power. Long ago, in a secluded monastery nestled high in the mountains, there lived a monk named Brother Thomas. Renowned for his wisdom and deep spirituality, he was revered by his fellow monks and the villagers who sought his guidance. But beneath the calm exterior lay a restless soul, tormented by the limits of human understanding and the bounds of his earthly existence. As the seasons changed and the years rolled by, Brother Thomas felt the weight of his unfulfilled desires pressing down upon him, a thirst for knowledge and a yearning for greatness that could not be quenched by prayer alone. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the monastery, Brother Thomas ventured into the forest that bordered the sacred grounds. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature, yet an unsettling silence enveloped him, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. It was here, amidst the ancient oaks and whispering winds, that he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, its serenity belying the darkness that lurked within. In the center of the clearing stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its features obscured. A chill ran down Brother Thomas's spine as he realized he was not alone. The being spoke, its voice smooth and seductive, echoing through the stillness. "I have been waiting for you, Brother Thomas," it intoned. "Your thirst for knowledge and power has drawn me to you." Stunned, yet intrigued, Brother Thomas listened as the figure revealed itself to be none other than the devil, an ancient entity offering a pact that promised unimaginable wisdom and abilities beyond mortal comprehension. The terms were simple. In exchange for his soul, Brother Thomas would gain the knowledge to heal the sick, raise the dead, and unlock the secrets of the universe. The allure was intoxicating, and for a moment he faltered, torn between the sanctity of his vows and the tantalizing prospect of transcending human limitations. As the night deepened, Brother Thomas felt the weight of the decision pressing upon him. The devil wove a tapestry of promises, each thread more alluring than the last. "Imagine," it purred, "the lives you could save, the miracles you could perform. You would be revered, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness." But lurking in the depths of his mind was a voice, a whisper of caution, reminding him of the sacred path he had chosen. The teachings of the monastery echoed in his heart, warning against the temptations of power and pride. As the stars twinkled above, Brother Thomas grappled with the choice before him, a choice that would forge his destiny and reshape the lives of those around him. In the end, the temptation proved too great. With a trembling voice, Brother Thomas accepted the pact, sealing his fate with a promise that would haunt him for eternity. The devil's laughter echoed through the clearing as the dark covenant was forged, and in that moment, the monk became a vessel of unimaginable power. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue across the landscape, Brother Thomas returned to the monastery, a changed man. The villagers soon learned of his newfound abilities, and word spread like wildfire. The monk, who had once been a mere healer, now performed miracles, curing the gravest of ailments and bringing the dead back to life. They hailed him as a saint, a divine being bestowed with celestial gifts. Yet, as the days turned into months, the initial awe and admiration began to wane, replaced by an unsettling fear. The very miracles that had elevated Brother Thomas to a pedestal now carried a shadow of dread. Whispers of the price he had paid for his powers began to circulate. The villagers, once grateful, now regarded him with suspicion, wondering whether the source of his abilities was divine or demonic. With every act of healing, every resurrection, Brother Thomas felt a piece of his soul slipping away, consumed by the darkness of the pact he had made. The price of power was becoming clearer, and the weight of his actions began to crush him. Each night he returned to the forest, hoping to find solace in the clearing where he had made the deal. But the devil was nowhere to be found, leaving Brother Thomas alone with his torment. As the seasons turned, a devastating plague swept through the village, claiming the lives of many. Brother Thomas, desperate to save those he loved, turned to his powers with reckless abandon. Yet, the darkness that had once seemed like a gift now turned against him. The more he tried to save, the more he lost. The souls he resurrected were not the same. They returned as shadows of their former selves, twisted and haunted by the very darkness that had claimed them. The villagers, once eager to praise him, began to turn away, their fear of the unknown eclipsing their gratitude. Brother Thomas, now isolated and consumed by despair, wandered through the halls of the monastery, a ghost of the man he once was. Each flickering candle cast long shadows, reminding him of the pact he had forged and the price he was paying. In a final act of desperation, he sought out the devil once more, hoping to find a way to break the curse that had befallen him. The clearing, once a place of power, now felt like a prison. As he called out into the darkness, the low laughter of the devil echoed around him, taunting and cruel. "You wished for greatness, Brother Thomas," it hissed, "and greatness comes at a cost." With a heavy heart, Brother Thomas realized that the darkness was not something he could escape. The pact he had made was irrevocable, binding him to a fate he could never undo. As the shadows closed in around him, he understood that true power was never meant to be wielded by a single soul. It required humility, compassion, and a willingness to accept the limitations of humanity. The tale of Brother Thomas serves as a cautionary reminder of the dangers that lurk in the allure of power. In our quest for greatness, we must tread carefully, for the lines between ambition and obsession can blur all too easily. Sometimes, the greatest wisdom lies not in the pursuit of knowledge, but in the acceptance of our own frailty. As the sun sets on this dark chapter of history, we are left to ponder the choices we make and the paths we tread. Will we seek the light of understanding, or will we be drawn into the shadows, tempted by the whispers of power? The answer lies within each of us, echoing through the ages, a reminder that every decision we make shapes our destiny in ways we may never fully comprehend. There's a phrase that echoes through the corridors of time, whispered by dreamers and doers alike: the impossible task. It conjures images of grand challenges and insurmountable obstacles, tales of heroes who dared to defy the odds. But what if I told you that the myth of the impossible task is not merely a narrative embellishment, but a reflection of our deepest fears and aspirations? Tonight, we embark on a journey through the realms of ambition and adversity, delving into one night's work, where we explore the delicate dance between dreams and reality. Picture a young artist, paintbrush in hand, staring at a blank canvas. The world outside is bustling, but within her, a tempest brews. She has a vision, a masterpiece that could change everything. Yet, as the minutes tick away, doubt creeps in. What if she never captures the brilliance she envisions? What if her effort results in nothing more than a failed attempt? This is the essence of the impossible task, a daunting challenge that looms larger than life, often leaving us paralyzed. Throughout history, countless figures have faced monumental tasks that seemed beyond their reach. Think of the ancient architects of the pyramids, laboring under the weight of stone and superstition, or the explorers who ventured into the uncharted seas, driven by the promise of discovery, yet haunted by the fear of the unknown. Each of these endeavors required something extraordinary, a belief in the possible, even when the odds were stacked against them. The myth of the impossible task thrives in the shadows of our minds, presenting itself as both an obstacle and a motivator. It whispers that we are not enough, that our dreams are too grand for our mortal frames. Yet, it also beckons us to rise, to push through the haze of uncertainty and prove that we are capable of more than we ever imagined. The struggle between these two forces is what propels us forward, often leading to unexpected revelations. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, a man who epitomized the relentless pursuit of the seemingly unattainable. His quest to invent the electric light bulb was fraught with failure. With each iteration, he encountered setbacks that would have crushed lesser spirits. Yet, instead of succumbing to despair, he famously stated, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." This perspective is crucial. It reframes the notion of failure not as an end, but as a stepping stone to success. As we delve deeper into the fabric of this myth, we encounter the tale of the mythical Sisyphus, condemned to roll a boulder up a hill, only to have it roll back down each time he neared the summit. This narrative resonates with many, illustrating the futility of certain tasks in life. Yet, there lies a hidden beauty in this story. Sisyphus, despite his eternal struggle, continues to push. This relentless perseverance speaks to the human spirit, exemplifying the idea that even when faced with what seems impossible, we can still find purpose in the effort itself. The impossible task is often a reflection of personal ambition, a mirror that reveals our deepest desires. For many, it manifests in the dreams we chase, dreams of success, love, acceptance, or mastery. Each aspiration brings with it a unique set of challenges, often accompanied by the fear of failure. This fear can be paralyzing, leading us to abandon our dreams before we even begin. However, what if we could shift our perspective? What if we viewed these challenges not as insurmountable walls, but as opportunities for growth? Let's take a moment to explore the realm of sports, where athletes push their bodies to the limits in pursuit of glory. The legendary story of Roger Bannister serves as a perfect illustration of this concept. For years, experts declared that breaking the 4-minute mile was an impossible feat, a barrier that would remain unbroken. Bannister, however, envisioned a different reality. In 1954, he defied the odds, shattering the myth and running the mile in under 4 minutes. His achievement ignited a revolution, inspiring countless others to follow in his footsteps. What once seemed impossible became a standard, proving that our limits are often self-imposed. As we navigate through the complexities of our own lives, we must confront the impossible tasks that lie before us. Whether it's pursuing a career change, embarking on a creative project, or healing from a personal loss, we are often met with resistance. This resistance can take many forms: self-doubt, external criticism, or even societal expectations. Yet, within this struggle lies the potential for transformation. Let us not forget the role of community in facing the impossible task. Throughout history, individuals have banded together to confront challenges that would be insurmountable alone. The civil rights movement is a powerful testament to this truth. Brave souls gathered to fight against systemic injustice, often facing overwhelming odds. Yet, their collective determination forged a path toward change that many believed was unattainable. Their story reminds us that while the impossible task may seem like a solitary endeavor, it often thrives in the shared experiences and support of others. In our modern world, the myth of the impossible task continues to evolve. Social media and the digital age have amplified our aspirations, presenting a curated view of success that can be both inspiring and intimidating. We scroll through images of seemingly perfect lives, achievements, and milestones, often forgetting the struggles that lie beneath the surface. In this landscape, the impossible task can feel even more daunting as we compare our journeys to those of others. Yet, it is essential to remember that every success story is intertwined with challenges and failures. The path to greatness is rarely linear. It is a winding road filled with twists and turns. Embracing this reality can empower us to redefine our relationship with failure and the impossible task. Instead of viewing setbacks as signs of inadequacy, we can choose to see them as integral parts of our narrative, shaping our resilience and fortitude. As we bring our exploration to a close, let's reflect on the beauty of the impossible task. It is not merely a burden to bear, but a testament to our tenacity. Each time we confront the seemingly unattainable, we are given an opportunity to discover our true selves. The journey may be fraught with challenges, but it is also rich with lessons, growth, and ultimately, triumph. In the end, the myth of the impossible task serves as both a challenge and a call to action. It urges us to rise above our fears, to chase our dreams with unwavering resolve. So, the next time you find yourself standing before an impossible task, remember that within that challenge lies the potential for greatness. Embrace the struggle, for it is in the pursuit of the impossible that we often find our most profound selves. Imagine a world where art does not merely capture beauty, but delves deep into the abyss of the human soul, revealing our darkest fears and desires. It is within this unsettling intersection of creativity and horror that we find one of the most intriguing and chilling illustrations of all time, the Devil's Portrait. This haunting image has captured the imaginations of many, serving as a mirror reflecting society's most profound anxieties. Today, we embark on a journey to unravel the mysteries surrounding this fearsome artwork, exploring its origins, its impact, and the enigmatic figure at its center. The Devil's Portrait, as it is often called, is not just a depiction of evil, but a complex tapestry woven from threads of folklore, superstition, and societal fears. The artist, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, poured their soul into this piece, infusing it with symbolism that resonates even centuries later. As we peer into the details of this chilling illustration, we begin to grasp the cultural context that birthed such a formidable figure. During the time when the Devil's Portrait was created, Europe was steeped in superstition and fear, a landscape dominated by tales of witches, demonic possession, and moral decay. The Church, an omnipresent authority, often painted the devil as a tangible threat, a being whose influence could corrupt the innocent and lead the righteous astray. This societal backdrop is crucial to understanding the Devil's Portrait. It was not merely an artistic endeavor, but a commentary on the fears that plagued humanity. As we examine the details of the portrait, we notice the grotesque features of the figure at its heart. The artist's brushwork captures the essence of malevolence, sharp horns jutting from a twisted brow, eyes that seem to burn with an inner fire, and a mouth that curls into a sinister grin. Each stroke tells a story of temptation and despair, inviting viewers to grapple with their own fears. This is not a mere image to be admired. It is a confrontation with our innermost demons. The allure of the Devil's Portrait extends beyond its artistic merit. This work has inspired countless interpretations, from scholarly analyses to popular culture references. It challenges us to reflect on the nature of evil itself. What is it that makes the devil so captivating? Is it the fear he instills? Or perhaps the truth he reveals about our own nature? To delve deeper, we must explore the historical context in which this portrait emerged. The late medieval period and the early Renaissance were rife with conflict, both socially and politically. The Reformation, a time of religious upheaval, birthed a plethora of ideas that questioned the very foundation of faith. Amidst this chaos, the devil became a symbol of the ultimate antagonist, representing not just external evil, but the internal struggles that each person faces. The portrait, then, serves as a reflection of humanity's grappling with its own morality. As we journey through the ages, we find that the devil's portrait has not remained static. It has evolved alongside society. Artists over the centuries have drawn inspiration from this original work, each adding their own interpretation and depth to the figure of the devil. From the Baroque period's dramatic flair to the modern era's psychological explorations, the image of the devil has transformed, yet the core essence remains. It is a reminder of the dark side of human nature, that shadowy counterpart to our aspirations and virtues. In examining the various adaptations of the devil's portrait, we discover a fascinating pattern. Each artist, in their pursuit of understanding evil, has found that the devil is not solely an antagonist, but a complex character embodying both chaos and creativity. This duality invites us to ponder whether the devil is merely a force of destruction or also a catalyst for artistic expression. The tension between good and evil becomes a fertile ground for creativity, where the darkest stories often yield the most profound insights. As we explore the influence of the devil's portrait in literature and theatre, we see how this chilling imagery has inspired countless narratives, from Shakespearean tragedies to contemporary thrillers. The archetype of the devil transcends cultural boundaries, manifesting in various forms across different societies. This universality speaks to a collective consciousness that recognizes the struggle between light and dark, good and evil. Whether in the guise of a charming trickster or a monstrous fiend, the devil remains a compelling figure, prompting us to confront our own moral dilemmas. In our quest to understand the devil's portrait, we must also consider the psychological implications of its imagery. The figure embodies not just societal fears, but also individual anxieties, our fears of failure, temptation, and the unknown. The haunting gaze of the devil invites us to reflect on our own lives, urging us to confront the shadows that linger in the corners of our minds. This portrait serves as a mirror, forcing us to acknowledge our flaws and the darker impulses that reside within us all. As we draw closer to the present day, the legacy of the devil's portrait continues to resonate. In an age where visual media dominates, the themes encapsulated in this artwork have found new life. Horror films, video games, and literature often invoke the imagery of the devil, tapping into the primal fears that have persisted throughout history. The figure remains a powerful symbol, a reminder that the struggle against evil is not simply an external battle, but an internal one as well. Yet, as we engage with this artwork and its modern interpretations, we must ask ourselves, what does it mean to confront our fears? In a world inundated with images of violence and chaos, the devil's portrait serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of introspection. It challenges us to confront our own darkness and to seek understanding rather than merely succumbing to fear. In closing, the devil's portrait is more than just a chilling illustration. It is a profound exploration of the human condition. It invites us to engage with our fears, to question the nature of evil, and to reflect on the shadows that dwell within us. As we navigate through our own lives, let us remember the lessons embedded in this haunting image. lessons about courage, morality, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. The devil may lurk in the shadows, but it is through our confrontation with him that we may find our truest selves. Imagine a world where the words of the divine have transcended time, echoing through centuries, resonating in the hearts of millions and shaping entire civilizations. This is not merely a story of ink and paper, but a journey through the sacred texts that hold the power to inspire, guide, and transform lives. Today, we embark on an exploration of the heavenly pages, diving deep into the Bible and other sacred texts that have illuminated the paths of believers throughout history. Our journey begins with the Bible, a collection of ancient writings that have become the cornerstone of faith for billions. The origins of this profound text are as complex as they are fascinating. Composed over a span of more than 1,000 years, the Bible is a library of books written by various authors. From the historical accounts of the Old Testament, replete with stories of prophets, kings, and nations, to the New Testament, which chronicles the life and teachings of Jesus Christ, each page is steeped in rich narratives that speak to the human experience. As we peel back the layers of this sacred book, we find that its creation was no simple feat. Many of the texts were penned in a time of great turmoil, where societies were in flux, and faith was often a lifeline for the weary. The very act of writing these words was revolutionary. Early scribes painstakingly copied manuscripts by hand, their delicate strokes etching the divine message into existence. Each letter, each word, was a commitment to preserving a truth that they believed could change lives. But what is it about the Bible that has made it endure through the ages? Perhaps it is its ability to speak to the universal human condition. Readers from diverse backgrounds find solace in its verses, whether they seek guidance in times of trouble, comfort in moments of despair, or joy in times of celebration. The Bible offers parables, poetry, and profound philosophical discourse, all woven together in a tapestry of faith and morality. Consider the Book of Psalms, a collection of poetic prayers and songs. Here, the raw emotions of humanity are laid bare. Joy, sorrow, anger, and gratitude spill forth in verses that resonate deeply with anyone who has ever grappled with the complexities of life. It is within these pages that many find their voices, expressing their innermost thoughts and feelings, echoing the sentiments of the authors who lived millennia ago. As we delve deeper, we encounter the New Testament, where the teachings of Jesus Christ illuminate the path of compassion and love. The Gospels narrate his life, a narrative filled with miracles, parables, and profound moments of connection with the marginalized. Each story serves as a reminder of the values of kindness, forgiveness, and humility. This message transcends time and culture, inviting people from all walks of life to engage with its teachings. Yet the Bible is not the only sacred text that has shaped spiritual thought. All around the world, diverse cultures have produced their own revered scriptures, each offering unique insights into the human experience. The Quran, for instance, stands as a testament to the spiritual journey within Islam. Believed by Muslims to be the literal word of God as revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, it addresses the moral and ethical dilemmas of life, offering guidance for personal conduct and community living. The teachings of the Quran emphasize the importance of compassion, justice, and the pursuit of knowledge. Its verses are recited during prayers, serving as a reminder of faith's central role in daily life. The rhythmic beauty of its language captures the hearts of millions, and its stories of prophets resonate with those seeking to understand their place in the world. In the East, we find the Bhagavad Gita, a 700-verse Hindu scripture that forms part of the Indian epic Mahabharata. This sacred text presents a dialogue between Prince Arjuna and Lord Krishna, who serves as his charioteer. In the midst of battle, Arjuna grapples with moral dilemmas, questioning duty, righteousness, and the nature of existence. The Gita addresses the complexities of life, advocating for selflessness and devotion, while encouraging individuals to pursue their true purpose. The teachings found within the Gita have inspired countless individuals, providing a framework for understanding the self and the universe. Its poetic verses are not merely philosophical musings, they are practical guides for navigating the challenges of life, urging readers to find balance and harmony within themselves and the world around them. As we journey through these sacred texts, we begin to see a common thread that binds them together. They speak of love, duty, justice, and the search for meaning. Each scripture reflects the values and beliefs of its culture, yet they also resonate on a universal level, inviting humanity to explore the deeper questions of existence. The impact of these texts extends far beyond the realms of spirituality. They have influenced art, literature, law, and philosophy, shaping the very foundations of societies. Great works of art inspired by biblical stories grace the walls of cathedrals and museums, while timeless literature draws upon the themes found within these pages, crafting narratives that resonate through generations. Consider the works of Shakespeare, whose plays are often infused with biblical references, or the profound philosophical inquiries of thinkers like Augustine and Aquinas, who grappled with the moral implications of faith. The echoes of these sacred texts can be heard in the very fabric of our cultural heritage, reminding us that the search for truth and understanding is a timeless endeavor. As we draw closer to the present day, the relevance of these texts remains undeniable. In a world that often feels fragmented and chaotic, many turn to the Bible and other sacred writings for solace and guidance. In times of uncertainty, they offer a message of hope, reminding us that we are part of a larger narrative, a story that has been unfolding for millennia. Moreover, the rise of interfaith dialogue in recent years highlights the importance of understanding and respecting the diverse beliefs that exist within our world. As we come together to explore our differences and commonalities, the teachings of these sacred texts serve as a bridge, fostering compassion and unity among people of all faiths. In essence, the heavenly pages is not just about the Bible or any single text. It is about the collective wisdom that has emerged from the sacred writings of humanity. It is a celebration of the diverse spiritual landscapes that shape our understanding of the divine and our connections to one another. As we conclude this chapter, let us carry forward the lessons learned from these sacred texts. May we remember the importance of compassion, the power of love, and the wisdom found in the stories of our shared human experience. The journey through the heavenly pages continues, inviting us to explore the profound truths that lie within, illuminating the path for generations to come. From the dawn of civilization to the enigmatic landscapes of Bohemia, history has woven a tapestry rich with tales of creation, conflict, and culture. Join me as we embark on an extraordinary journey through time, tracing the footsteps of humanity from the very beginning to the vibrant heart of Central Europe. Imagine a world where the sky was darker, the air thicker, and the land untouched by the hand of man. This was Earth, billions of years ago, a mere canvas waiting for life to emerge. It was in this primordial realm that the story of humanity began, a narrative that would traverse deserts, mountains, and rivers, ultimately leading to the cobblestone streets of Bohemia. The tale starts with Adam, a figure draped in layers of myth and faith, often seen as the first human. In various traditions, he's depicted not just as a man, but as a symbol of beginnings. Picture a lush garden overflowing with life where Adam walked amidst creatures great and small. This garden, Eden, was more than a paradise. It was the birthplace of human aspiration and the cradle of consciousness. As we delve deeper into ancient texts and archaeological findings, we find that Adam's legacy is not confined to a single story. In the annals of history, he is surrounded by characters like Eve, the serpent, and the tree of knowledge, each representing fundamental aspects of humanity: curiosity, temptation, and the quest for wisdom. The act of eating the forbidden fruit, often interpreted as an awakening, thrust humanity into a world of complexity, where choices mattered and consequences were real. Transitioning from this primal scene, we venture into the cradle of civilization, the Mesopotamian plains. Here, cities such as Ur and Babylon rose from the fertile soil, marking the birth of urban life. Imagine bustling marketplaces filled with merchants, the scent of spices mingling with the sound of traders haggling over goods. This was a world where writing emerged as a powerful tool, forever changing the way humans communicated, recorded, and remembered. The invention of cuneiform script by the Sumerians was a pivotal moment. It was not merely a means of recording transactions. It became the foundation upon which history was built. Laws were codified, stories were inscribed, and the very essence of human experience began to be documented. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the earliest works of literature, encapsulated the struggles of humanity against the tides of fate, echoing themes of friendship, mortality, and the pursuit of immortality. As we journey through the ages, we arrive at the era of great empires. The Egyptians, with their monumental architecture and intricate belief systems, left an indelible mark on the world. Imagine the grandeur of the pyramids, rising majestically against the sunlit desert, their stones whispering secrets of the pharaohs buried within. The Egyptians believed in an afterlife, a continuation of existence beyond death, which propelled them to create elaborate burial practices and stunning artistry. Meanwhile, in the East, the philosophies of Confucius and Laozi were taking root, offering profound insights into the nature of existence and the human condition. Their teachings emphasized harmony, balance, and respect, a stark contrast to the chaos that often accompanied the rise and fall of empires. These ideas would ripple through generations, influencing not just the people of China, but cultures around the globe. As we traverse the Mediterranean, we find ourselves amidst the grandeur of the Greek and Roman civilizations. The Greeks gave us democracy, philosophy, and theatre. Imagine the vibrant agora, alive with debate and discussion, where Socrates challenged norms and Plato envisioned ideal societies. This was a time when the human spirit soared, exploring not just the physical world, but the realms of thought and imagination. The Romans, on the other hand, brought order and engineering prowess, constructing roads and aqueducts that would stand the test of time. They forged a vast empire, connecting diverse cultures, languages, and traditions. The Pax Romana, a period of relative peace, allowed for the exchange of ideas, art, and innovations. Yet, beneath this veneer of stability, the seeds of discontent were sown, leading to an eventual decline that would echo through the annals of time. As we sift through the remnants of these great civilizations, we can't ignore the profound influence of religion. The emergence of Christianity marked a seismic shift in the fabric of society. From humble beginnings, this faith spread like wildfire, reshaping cultures and ideologies. The story of Jesus, filled with messages of love, forgiveness, and redemption, resonated deeply with the oppressed and marginalized, offering hope in a turbulent world. Simultaneously, Islam emerged in the Arabian Peninsula, introducing a new set of beliefs and practices that would unite vast territories under one faith. The teachings of the Prophet Muhammad emphasized community, charity, and devotion, fostering a rich intellectual tradition that would flourish in fields such as science, philosophy, and art. The Islamic Golden Age would leave an enduring legacy, influencing the Renaissance and shaping modern thought. As we move closer to our destination, we find ourselves in the heart of Europe, where the medieval period unfolds like a grand tapestry. Castles rise against the skyline, their towers piercing the heavens. Knights clad in armor ride forth, bound by codes of chivalry. The feudal system reigns, creating a society structured around loyalty and land ownership. Yet, beneath the surface, the seeds of change are being sown. The Renaissance, a rebirth of art and intellect, ignites a cultural revolution that will forever alter the course of history. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo push the boundaries of creativity, producing masterpieces that reflect the complexities of the human experience. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg democratizes knowledge, allowing ideas to spread like wildfire across Europe, challenging established norms and igniting curiosity. And then we arrive at Bohemia, a land steeped in history, folklore, and artistic brilliance. Nestled in the heart of Central Europe, Bohemia became a melting pot of cultures, ideas, and innovations. Its capital, Prague, emerged as a vibrant center where Gothic architecture meets Baroque splendor, creating a city of unparalleled beauty. The Charles Bridge, adorned with statues of saints, stands as a testament to the resilience of a people who have weathered the storms of history. In this enchanting landscape, we encounter figures like Jan Hus, a reformer whose ideas foreshadowed the Protestant Reformation. His call for reform within the Church resonated with many, challenging the status quo and igniting debates that would reverberate across the continent. Bohemia became a crucible of thought, where art, philosophy, and politics intertwined, illuminating the path for future generations. As we reflect on this remarkable journey from Adam to Bohemia, we witness the evolution of humanity, a story filled with triumphs and tragedies, dreams and disillusionments. Each era has contributed to the rich mosaic of our shared history, reminding us that we are all connected by the threads of time. In closing, let us carry forward the lessons learned from this exploration. The past is not merely a collection of events. It is the foundation upon which we build our future. As we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, let us continue to seek knowledge, embrace diversity, and forge a path toward a brighter tomorrow. Our story is still being written, and the pages await our ink. Imagine a time when the whisper of a breeze carried the scent of herbs, and the flickering light of a candle illuminated a small wooden table strewn with jars filled with colorful powders and dried plants. In this world, knowledge of healing was considered sacred, passed down through generations like a treasured heirloom. This is the world of Chap 8 medical knowledge, recipes and remedies, where ancient wisdom intertwines with the art of healing, offering us insights that resonate even today. The practice of medicine has evolved dramatically over the centuries, yet at its core, it remains a quest for understanding the human body and its needs. Long before the advent of modern pharmaceuticals, our ancestors relied on natural ingredients found in their surroundings. They observed, experimented, and compiled recipes that would become the bedrock of traditional medicine. From the lush valleys of ancient Egypt to the misty hills of the Himalayas, each region cultivated its unique remedies, creating a rich tapestry of healing practices. Let us travel back to ancient Egypt, where the art of healing was revered and intertwined with spirituality. The Egyptians believed that good health was a gift from the gods, and they sought to appease these deities through rituals and offerings. Among the treasures unearthed in tombs, we find papyrus scrolls containing recipes for various ailments. One notable remedy included a mixture of honey and crushed garlic, believed to ward off infections and promote healing. Honey, with its natural antibacterial properties, and garlic, known for its antiviral effects, create a potent combination that echoes through the ages. As we journey through time, we arrive in ancient Greece, where a philosopher named Hippocrates laid the foundation of medicine as we know it today. Often referred to as the father of medicine, Hippocrates emphasized the importance of diet and lifestyle in maintaining health. His teachings included remedies made from simple ingredients like barley, which he believed could ease digestive issues. Imagine a bustling marketplace where sellers proudly display their fresh produce, while wise healers advise the townsfolk on how to blend these ingredients into nourishing meals. This connection between food and medicine is a thread that runs deep in the fabric of human history. But let us not forget the wisdom of traditional Chinese medicine, which has flourished for over 2 millennia. In this ancient practice, the balance of yin and yang and the flow of qi, or life force, are central to understanding health. Herbal remedies play a vital role, with recipes meticulously crafted to restore harmony within the body. One such remedy is the revered ginseng, often referred to as the root of life. It has been used to boost energy, enhance cognitive function, and strengthen the immune system. Picture the serene landscapes of China, where herbalists carefully harvest ginseng roots, knowing that each root holds the potential to transform lives. As we explore further, we cannot ignore the contributions of indigenous cultures around the world. From the Amazon rainforest to the plains of North America, these communities have long relied on the earth's bounty for their healing practices. The knowledge of plants, what to use, when to harvest, and how to prepare them is a treasure trove that has been meticulously preserved. For instance, the use of willow bark, which contains salicin, a natural precursor to aspirin, illustrates how ancient remedies laid the groundwork for modern medicine. Imagine the quiet wisdom of indigenous healers passing down their knowledge in sacred ceremonies, ensuring that the connection between nature and healing endures. In the Middle Ages, as Europe emerged from the shadows of the Dark Ages, the practice of medicine faced both challenges and revelations. The rise of universities marked a turning point, where scholars began to document and share medical knowledge. A fascinating figure from this time is Hildegard von Bingen, a mystic and healer whose writings on natural remedies have influenced generations. Her recipes often included ingredients like elderberry, used to treat fevers and respiratory issues. Picture a candlelit monastery where Hildegard meticulously recorded her observations, blending spirituality and science in a way that would resonate through the ages. With the dawn of the Renaissance, curiosity about the natural world flourished. Herbal gardens became essential for physicians who sought to cultivate their own apothecaries filled with potent plants. This era witnessed the compilation of numerous herbal texts, detailing the uses of plants such as chamomile, known for its calming properties, and peppermint, often used to soothe stomach ailments. Imagine the vibrant colors of these gardens, each plant a testament to the enduring relationship between humans and the natural world. The 19th century ushered in the age of scientific inquiry, leading to breakthroughs that transformed medicine. However, amidst the rise of pharmaceuticals, traditional remedies did not fade away. Instead, they adapted and found new life. The discovery of the active component in many plants allowed for a deeper understanding of their healing properties. For example, the isolation of morphine from opium poppies provided a powerful pain reliever that was once derived from ancient recipes used for similar purposes. The journey from the field to the laboratory illustrates the continuous evolution of medical knowledge, where recipes and remedies remain relevant. In our modern world, as we face the challenges of chronic diseases and antibiotic resistance, there has been a resurgence of interest in natural remedies. People are increasingly turning to herbal medicine, seeking alternatives that are gentle yet effective. This revival is not merely a trend. It reflects a deep-rooted desire for holistic healing. The practice of herbalism is experiencing a renaissance, with workshops and online courses emerging to share this age-old knowledge. Imagine communities gathering to learn about the healing properties of local plants, fostering a sense of connection to the earth and each other. As we stand on the threshold of the future, it is essential to recognize the importance of integrating traditional wisdom with modern science. The dialogue between these two worlds can lead to a more comprehensive understanding of health and healing. Scientists are beginning to explore the efficacy of herbal remedies through rigorous studies, validating what many have known for centuries. This collaboration holds the promise of enriching our medical practices, offering a more nuanced approach to health. The journey through Chapter 8 Medical Knowledge, Recipes and Remedies reveals the intricate dance between nature and humanity. It underscores the importance of respecting traditional practices while embracing innovation. As we reflect on the wisdom of our ancestors, we are reminded that healing is not solely the absence of disease, but a harmonious balance of body, mind, and spirit. In a world that often feels chaotic and disconnected, the age-old recipes and remedies serve as a bridge to our past, reminding us of our roots and the profound relationship we share with nature. Let us carry this knowledge forward, honoring the traditions that have shaped our understanding of healing, while remaining open to the possibilities that lie ahead. The story of medicine is far from over. It continues to unfold, inviting us to participate in its next chapter. The flickering candlelight danced across the walls, casting eerie shadows that seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten. Imagine a world where the very fabric of reality could be altered by the incantations of a skilled magician or the fervent prayers of a desperate priest. This is the realm of exorcisms and magic, a place where the spiritual and the mystical collide. Today we delve into the dark spells that lie within, exploring the enigmatic practices that have both terrified and fascinated humanity for centuries. Throughout history, the belief in malevolent forces has been a constant thread woven into the tapestry of human existence. From ancient civilizations to modern-day societies, the fear of possession has haunted our collective psyche. Whether it manifests as a chilling account of a loved one speaking in an unfamiliar voice, or the unsettling feeling of being watched by an unseen force, the fear of the supernatural is deeply ingrained in our culture. Exorcisms, the ritualistic expulsion of demons or evil spirits, have been performed in various forms across different cultures and religions. The Catholic Church, with its formalized rituals and sacred rites, is perhaps the most recognized authority on exorcism today. The famous film The Exorcist brought to light the chilling reality of these practices. But the truth is often stranger and far more complex than fiction. As we journey through the annals of time, we find that the roots of exorcism stretch back to ancient Mesopotamia, where priests would recite incantations to drive out evil spirits. These rituals were not merely theatrical performances, they were seen as vital acts of salvation for those afflicted. The Babylonians believed that illness and misfortune were direct results of demonic influence, and thus calling upon the gods was essential in restoring balance to the individual and the community. The ancient Egyptians too engaged in similar practices. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells intended to aid the deceased in navigating the afterlife, reveals a belief that malevolent entities roamed the darkness, seeking to ensnare the souls of the living. The priests of ancient Egypt wielded potent words and sacred symbols, believing that their mastery of language and ritual could safeguard the living and the dead alike. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, a time steeped in superstition and fear. The Church held immense power, and the fear of witchcraft swept through Europe like wildfire. It was during this tumultuous period that the lines between exorcism and magic began to blur. Those accused of witchcraft were often seen as practitioners of dark spells, wielding powers that could manipulate the very essence of life itself. Exorcists found themselves not just combating evil spirits, but also navigating a landscape fraught with suspicion and paranoia. The infamous witch trials of the 16th and 17th centuries serve as a haunting reminder of this era. Innocent lives were lost, driven by fear and ignorance, as entire communities turned against one another. The distinction between the sacred and the profane became increasingly murky. In this climate of fear, exorcists were often called upon to rid communities of perceived evil, blurring the lines between healer and hunter. As we step into the 20th century, the world witnessed a resurgence of interest in the occult and the mystical. The works of figures like Aleister Crowley and the rise of spiritualism captivated the imaginations of many, leading to a renewed fascination with magic and its potential to influence the physical world. This era also saw the publication of the Roman Catholic Church's official guidelines on exorcism, solidifying its role as the guardian against malevolent forces. The modern exorcism, however, is not without its controversies. While some view it as a necessary act of faith, others question its efficacy, pointing to psychological explanations for what is often labeled as possession. Mental health professionals emphasize the importance of understanding the mind before attributing behaviors to supernatural influences. Yet, for those who believe, the power of faith and ritual cannot be underestimated. The process of exorcism is shrouded in solemnity, often requiring extensive training and spiritual preparation for the exorcist. The rituals can vary widely, but they often include prayers, holy water, and the invocation of saints. The exorcist becomes a conduit for divine intervention, channeling spiritual energy to confront and banish the entity believed to be tormenting the afflicted. Yet, the question remains, why do individuals seek out exorcisms? For some, it is a last resort, a desperate plea for help when all else has failed. Others may find solace in the community that surrounds the ritual, drawn together by shared beliefs and experiences. The act of exorcism can also serve as a powerful catharsis, a symbolic cleansing of the soul that can yield profound emotional release. Magic, on the other hand, is often perceived through a different lens. While exorcism seeks to expel darkness, magic is frequently seen as an attempt to harness it. Throughout history, practitioners of magic have sought to manipulate the forces of nature and the unseen, using spells and incantations to achieve their desires. From the witch hunts of the past to the modern-day fascination with Wicca and paganism, the world of magic remains a source of intrigue and controversy. At its core, magic is about intention, the belief that one can influence their reality through focused thought and ritual. The magical traditions of various cultures are as diverse as the people who practice them. From the hoodoo of the American South to the intricate rituals of the Yoruba religion in West Africa, magic is steeped in history, culture, and the quest for empowerment. But what happens when the lines between exorcism and magic blur? In some cultures, practitioners may seamlessly integrate elements of both, using spells to protect against evil and invoking divine aid in their rituals. The interplay between these two realms can be seen as a dance, a delicate balance between light and dark, between healing and harm. As we navigate this complex landscape, we encounter stories of individuals who have experienced both exorcisms and magical practices. Some recount tales of liberation from torment, while others share cautionary accounts of unintended consequences. The struggle of humanity against unseen forces is timeless, and the quest for understanding continues to drive us forward. In exploring the world of exorcisms and magic, we uncover a tapestry woven with threads of belief, fear, and the eternal quest for control over the unknown. Whether through the prayers of an exorcist or the incantations of a magician, humanity has always sought to confront the shadows that lurk just beyond our perception. The journey is far from over. As we continue to seek answers, we are reminded of our shared vulnerabilities and the power of belief that unites us all. Stay with us as we unearth more stories from this captivating realm, examining the personal accounts, cultural practices, and the evolving understanding of exorcisms and magic in our ever-changing world. The next chapter awaits, filled with revelations and a deeper look into the darker spells that lie within. In every stroke of ink, there lies a story waiting to be told. Calligraphy, often regarded as a mere art form, transcends the boundaries of mere letters on a page. It is a dance between the pen and the paper, a silent conversation where beauty and precision intertwine. Today, we embark on a journey through the captivating world of calligraphy, an exploration of history, culture, and the relentless pursuit of perfection in ink. Imagine a time long before the digital age, a world where words were not simply typed, but carefully crafted, each letter a testament to the artist's skill and devotion. Calligraphy has roots that stretch back thousands of years, originating in ancient civilizations where the written word was not just a means of communication, but a reflection of societal values and beliefs. The earliest known examples can be traced to the Egyptians, who inscribed hieroglyphics on temple walls and papyrus scrolls, their delicate forms capturing the essence of their culture. As we journey through time, we find ourselves in the serene landscapes of China, where calligraphy blossomed into a revered art form. Here, the brush became an extension of the artist's soul, and characters transformed into flowing scripts, each stroke echoing the rhythm of the heart. The Chinese believed that the art of calligraphy was a reflection of one's character, a way to express emotions and intellect. The great calligraphers of the Tang and Song dynasties, such as Wang Shiji and Su Shi, not only mastered the techniques, but also infused their work with philosophy, breathing life into the ink. In the West, the story of calligraphy unfolds in the illuminated manuscripts of medieval Europe, where monks painstakingly copied texts by hand, illuminating each page with vibrant colors and intricate designs. The careful formation of letters was not just a task, but a sacred duty, a way to preserve knowledge and spirituality. Each manuscript was a labor of love, a testament to the devotion of those who believed in the power of the written word. In these pages we find the medieval script, the Gothic letters that evoke the grandeur of cathedrals, and the flowing scripts of the Renaissance that celebrated the beauty of humanism. As we delve deeper into the art of calligraphy, we encounter the different styles that have emerged across cultures and eras. The elegance of Arabic calligraphy, with its intricate curves and loops, tells stories of faith and poetry woven through centuries. The Arabic script, beautiful and complex, has the power to evoke deep emotions as it flows effortlessly across the page, a visual symphony of language. Turn your gaze to the contemporary world, where calligraphy has experienced a renaissance of its own. In an era dominated by screens and rapid communication, many are returning to the tactile experience of pen on paper. Artists are redefining calligraphy, blending traditional techniques with modern aesthetics. The rise of brush lettering and hand lettering has brought a fresh perspective, allowing individuals to explore their creativity while staying connected to the rich history of this art form. While the tools of the calligrapher have evolved over time, from brushes and quills to modern pens and markers, the essence of calligraphy remains unchanged. It is a meticulous craft that demands patience, focus, and a deep appreciation for beauty. The calligrapher's workspace is often filled with an array of tools, each serving a specific purpose. The choice of ink, the type of paper, and the grip of the pen all play a crucial role in achieving that perfect stroke. As we immerse ourselves in this world, we must also pay homage to the calligraphers who have dedicated their lives to this art, transforming simple letters into exquisite works of art. Their journeys are often filled with challenges, discipline, and a relentless pursuit of perfection. For many, calligraphy is not merely a hobby, but a lifelong passion. They spend countless hours honing their skills, pushing the boundaries of their creativity, and finding their unique voice within the elegant curves of their letters. In every calligraphy workshop, we witness a spectrum of emotions, from the excitement of a beginner as they pick up the pen for the first time, to the quiet determination of a seasoned artist perfecting their craft. The air is filled with the gentle sound of nibs gliding across paper, accompanied by the shared laughter and encouragement of fellow artists. Here, in this intimate space, students learn that calligraphy is more than just technique. It is a journey of self-discovery, a way to express their innermost thoughts and feelings. The beauty of calligraphy lies in its accessibility. Anyone, regardless of age or background, can pick up a pen and begin to explore this art form. As we watch individuals from all walks of life embrace the challenge, we are reminded that calligraphy is a universal language, a bridge that connects us through the shared love of beauty, creativity, and expression. As our exploration continues, we turn our attention to the significance of calligraphy in the modern world. In a society where digital communication often dominates, the act of writing by hand has become a cherished rarity. Handwritten notes, invitations, and personalized gifts carry a weight of thoughtfulness that cannot be replicated by a text message or email. Calligraphy adds a touch of elegance to these moments, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. In the realm of weddings and special occasions, calligraphy has found its place as a symbol of sophistication. Couples seek out talented calligraphers to craft their invitations, place cards and signage, each piece a reflection of their unique love story. The graceful curves of the letters become part of the celebration, adding an exquisite touch that is both timeless and personal. Yet beyond the aesthetic appeal, calligraphy serves as a meditative practice, a form of mindfulness that allows individuals to slow down and connect with the present moment. As the pen glides across the paper, worries fade away, and the simple act of writing becomes a form of self-care. Many find solace in the rhythmic movements, a therapeutic escape from the fast-paced world around them. As we conclude our exploration of the art of calligraphy, we reflect on its enduring legacy. It is a testament to the human spirit's creativity and the desire to find beauty in the everyday. Each letter, each stroke, is a reminder that art can be found in the simplest of things, waiting for us to pause, appreciate, and embrace its elegance. In this age of digital noise, the art of calligraphy stands as a beacon of tradition and creativity. It invites us to pick up a pen, to slow down, and to rediscover the joy of creating something beautiful with our own hands. So, as we close this chapter, let us carry forward the lessons of the calligrapher, the pursuit of perfection in ink, the embrace of creativity, and the timeless connection that binds us through the written word. At the dawn of creation, the universe bloomed into existence, a cosmic dance of matter and energy where the very building blocks of life found their place. Among these, one astonishing entity emerged, carrying with it a weight that would define not just its being, but its very essence. Imagine a creature, a being, that tips the scales at an astonishing 75 kilograms. What kind of life force could wield such mass? What stories lie within its flesh, waiting to be uncovered? Today, we delve deep into the enigma of size, specifically what it means for a living organism to bear a weight that can be both a blessing and a burden. In the natural world, size often dictates survival. For many creatures, being larger provides advantages, greater strength, enhanced protection, and the ability to dominate their environment. But size also brings with it challenges, greater energy demands, more resources required, and the constant threat of being targeted by predators who may see that mass as an enticing meal. Our journey begins with a creature that embodies these contradictions, the majestic black bear. The black bear, a symbol of wilderness and resilience, can weigh around 75 kilograms when fully grown, a size that defines its role within the ecosystem. As we explore its habitat, imagine walking through dense forests, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The rustle of leaves announces the presence of this formidable creature, a master of its domain. With sharp claws and a powerful physique, the black bear is both an adept climber and a skilled forager, capable of surviving in a variety of environments. Yet, despite its impressive weight, the black bear is not invincible. The very mass that grants its strength also demands an immense amount of food. During autumn, these bears engage in a frantic search for sustenance, for they must bulk up before winter sets in. They roam vast distances, driven by instinct, foraging for berries, roots, and even scavenging on carrion. All this activity is a race against the clock, as the bear seeks to pack on the necessary pounds before hibernation. While the black bear thrives in its natural habitat, there are other creatures that carry their weight in ways that reflect their unique adaptations. Consider the mighty sperm whale. These leviathans of the ocean can weigh over 40 tons, but even at 75 kilograms, we can draw parallels. The sperm whale's immense size allows it to dive deep into the ocean, hunting for squid in the depths of the abyss. Here, its weight becomes a tool for survival, propelling it through the water with grace and power. Yet as we marvel at the wonder of the sperm whale, we must also acknowledge the plight many of these magnificent beings face. The oceans, once a sanctuary, are now fraught with danger. Pollution, climate change, and hunting threaten their existence. The weight of the world rests upon their shoulders, just as it does for countless other species struggling to find their balance in an ever-changing environment. As we shift our focus from the land to the sea, we encounter another fascinating creature that embodies the theme of weight, the mighty elephant. An adult elephant can weigh anywhere from 2,000 to 6,000 kilograms, a staggering testament to nature's capacity for size. But what about those who hover around the 75-kilogram mark? Enter the African wild dog, one of the most efficient predators in the animal kingdom. Weighing in at about 75 kilograms, these pack hunters have developed a remarkable strategy for survival. Unlike solitary hunters, they rely on teamwork and communication, coordinating their efforts to take down prey much larger than themselves. Their agility and speed are critical, allowing them to chase and exhaust their targets. Each member of the pack plays a role, and their combined weight becomes a formidable force against the challenges they face in the wild. This communal approach to survival illustrates a fascinating truth about weight. It's not solely about individual mass. Rather, it is the collective weight of a community that can shift the balance in the ecosystem. The African wild dog stands as a testament to the idea that cooperation often outweighs brute strength. A lesson that resonates not just in nature, but within human society as well. As we traverse these diverse landscapes of life, it becomes evident that weight is not merely a number. It reflects a complex interplay of biology, ecology, and adaptation. In our exploration, we also witness the impact of human activity on these creatures. From habitat destruction to climate change, our actions reverberate throughout the animal kingdom, often tipping the scales against species that have thrived for millennia. The story of the 75-kilogram benchmark extends into the realm of the human experience as well. Imagine a young athlete, fervently training to reach their peak performance, their body sculpted and fine-tuned. For many, achieving an ideal weight is not just about aesthetics. It is a reflection of discipline, dedication, and the pursuit of excellence. In sports, weight class can determine success, as seen in boxing or wrestling, where every kilogram counts in the quest for victory. Yet, the pressure to conform to societal standards of weight can lead to struggles with body image and health. The narrative surrounding weight is often fraught with misconceptions and stigma. As we examine the human experience, we find that the journey to understanding weight goes beyond the physical. It encompasses emotional, psychological, and social dimensions. Weight becomes a metaphor for burden, for responsibility. In cultures around the world, the concept of carrying weight takes on profound significance. It speaks to the expectations we place upon ourselves and each other, the legacy we inherit, and the choices we make. In the end, 75 kilograms can be seen as a threshold, a point of reflection on the complexities of life. It is a reminder that weight, in all its forms, shapes our existence. Whether it is the bear foraging for food, the wild dog hunting in packs, or the athlete striving for greatness, each story is woven into the fabric of our shared world. As we conclude this chapter, we are left with a deeper understanding of size and weight, not just as physical attributes, but as symbols of resilience, adaptation, and the ongoing struggle for survival in a world that is constantly shifting beneath our feet. The enormity of existence can be heavy, but it also carries with it the potential for growth, connection, and transformation. In the vast tapestry of life, every weight tells a story that deserves to be heard, understood, and celebrated. Amidst the swirling mists of history, there lies a tale of intrigue and enigma, one that beckons us to delve into the shadows of forgotten narratives. Imagine a book, its pages worn and weathered, yet pulsing with the secrets of its author, secrets now lost to time. This is the story of the missing pages, a chapter that holds the key to understanding not just a work of literature, but the very essence of human connection and the struggle between truth and silence. As we embark on this journey, let us consider a question that lingers in the minds of many. What happens when the truths we cherish are torn from the fabric of our lives? The narrative begins in the quiet town of Eldridge, a place where the past whispers through the cobblestone streets, echoing the footsteps of those who once walked them. Here, in the dust of forgotten libraries and the ink of aged manuscripts, lies a story that intertwines the lives of an author, a historian, and a mystery that needs unraveling. Our tale introduces us to Eleanor Hawthorne, a passionate bibliophile and historian with a penchant for uncovering lost stories. Eleanor had always believed that within the pages of forgotten books lay the pulse of history, the heartbeat of those who lived before us. One fateful afternoon, while sifting through the stacks of Eldridge's quaint library, she stumbled upon a tattered volume, its spine cracked and its cover adorned with faded gold leaf lettering. The title read, "Reflections of the Past," but it was the incomplete nature of its text that captivated her. Each page was a treasure, yet it was evident that something vital was missing. The last few chapters were shrouded in mystery, their absence creating an insatiable void. Eleanor felt a pull, as if the book were whispering to her, urging her to uncover the secrets that lay just beyond her reach. Fueled by her determination, she set out on a quest that would take her deep into the annals of history, through dusty archives, and into the hearts of those who once knew the author. The author of Reflections of the Past, a man named Arthur Sinclair, had been a renowned writer in the early 20th century, his words echoing the sentiments of a generation grappling with the aftermath of war and societal change. Yet, as Eleanor delved deeper into his life, she discovered that Arthur was not just a writer. He was a man of contradictions, a figure shrouded in scandal and controversy. His relationships, particularly with the women in his life, were marked by passion and betrayal, love and loss. As Eleanor pieced together Arthur's story, the missing pages began to take on a life of their own. They represented not only the gaps in his narrative, but also the silences in his relationships. Eleanor learned of Clara, his muse and lover, a woman who inspired some of his greatest works, but whose own story had been overshadowed by Arthur's fame. Clara's voice was lost, her perspective hidden beneath the weight of a man's legacy, a legacy that Eleanor felt compelled to restore. In her pursuit, Eleanor sought out Clara's descendants, hoping to unearth letters, diaries, or any remnants of the life she had lived. What she found was a tapestry of emotions woven through generations, a family grappling with the shadows of their ancestors' choices. They spoke of Clara not as a mere footnote in Arthur's life, but as a vibrant woman whose spirit had been dimmed by the very man who claimed to love her. The more Eleanor learned, the more she felt a kinship with Clara, a connection that transcended time and circumstance. Among the artifacts Eleanor collected, a bundle of letters caught her eye. Each one was a reflection of Clara's heart, raw and unfiltered, revealing her struggles, her dreams, and the sacrifices she made for love. As Eleanor read through the correspondence, she was struck by a profound realization. The missing pages were not just a gap in a book. They were the silenced voices of women who had shaped history from the shadows. With every letter, Eleanor felt her own narrative intertwining with Clara's. She began to understand that the act of uncovering these missing pages was not solely about restoring a literary work, but about giving voice to those who had been silenced. It was about reclaiming the narrative, redefining the legacy that had been lost. Eleanor envisioned a project that would bring Clara's voice to the forefront, a way to honor the women who had stood behind great men, their stories often neglected or erased. Yet, as she continued her quest, Eleanor faced resistance. The literary community, steeped in tradition and the reverence of established narratives, was reluctant to embrace the idea of a retelling. Critics argued that history belonged to the victors, that to rewrite Arthur's story was to undermine his contributions. But Eleanor was undeterred. She knew that history was not a singular tale but a mosaic of voices, each deserving to be heard. The turning point came when Eleanor organized a symposium, inviting scholars, writers, and activists to discuss the importance of inclusive narratives. With Clara's letters as the centerpiece, the event sparked a passionate dialogue about the representation of women in literature and history, challenging the status quo. The room buzzed with energy as voices rose in unison, each one echoing the need for change. As Eleanor stood before the audience, she felt the weight of those missing pages behind her, an invisible force propelling her forward. She had unearthed not just a story, but a movement, a call to action that resonated far beyond the walls of Eldridge. The missing pages, once a source of frustration, had transformed into a symbol of reclamation, a testament to the power of storytelling to reshape history. In the weeks that followed, Eleanor's work gained momentum. Articles were published and discussions ignited across social media, drawing attention to the contributions of women writers and their often overlooked histories. Clara's story became a beacon of hope, inspiring others to seek out the silenced narratives in their own lives. The missing pages were no longer lost. They had been found not just in a book, but in the hearts of those who dared to speak up. As we reflect on Eleanor's journey, we are reminded that the pages we consider missing are often the ones that hold the most profound truths. The stories we choose to tell shape our understanding of the past, and the voices we amplify define the future. The quest for those elusive pages is not merely about literature. It is a reflection of our collective desire to seek out the hidden narratives, to challenge the boundaries of history, and to honor the complexities of the human experience. In the end, Eleanor Hawthorne did not just restore a book. She ignited a movement, one that continues to inspire generations to come. The missing pages, once torn away, now weave together a rich tapestry of voices, reminding us that every story matters and every voice deserves to be heard. In the silence of history, let us listen closely, for the echoes of the past have much to teach us if only we are willing to seek them out. What does it mean to safeguard centuries of wisdom, spirituality, and culture? For countless generations, monasteries have stood as silent sentinels, preserving the essence of human thought and faith. Their walls have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the ebb and flow of philosophies, and the unyielding quest for peace amidst chaos. Today, we embark on a journey through these sacred spaces, exploring the profound legacy they hold and the stories they tell. As we traverse the winding paths leading to the ancient monasteries, we find ourselves enveloped in a sense of reverence. The air is thick with history, each stone imbued with the whispers of those who once sought solace within. Imagine a place where time appears to stand still, where the outside world fades and the spirit of contemplation reigns. Monasteries, with their austere beauty, invite us to pause and reflect, to delve into the depths of existence. From the rugged cliffs of the Himalayas to the lush valleys of Europe, monasteries have been established in some of the most breathtaking landscapes on Earth. They are often built in remote locations, chosen for their solitude and serenity, a testament to the monks' desire to distance themselves from the distractions of worldly life. The journey to these sanctuaries is as much a pilgrimage as the life led within their walls. One such monastery, nestled high in the mountains, is the iconic Paro Taktsang, known as the Tiger's Nest. This architectural marvel clings to the cliffside in Bhutan, overlooking a valley that seems to stretch endlessly into the horizon. Legend has it that Guru Padmasambhava, a revered figure in Tibetan Buddhism, meditated here in the 8th century, bringing enlightenment to the region. As we approach its weathered facade, a sense of awe washes over us. The monastery not only serves as a spiritual haven, but also as a repository of ancient texts, art, and practices that have shaped the spiritual landscape of Bhutan. The preservation of knowledge within monasteries is not merely a matter of safeguarding texts. It encompasses the very essence of cultural identity. In this age of rapid change, where traditions often fade into obscurity, the monks have remained steadfast as custodians of their heritage. Illuminated manuscripts, intricate paintings, and sacred relics tell the stories of generations past, their careful maintenance a form of resistance against the erosion of time. In the quiet rooms of these monasteries, we discover libraries filled with volumes that span centuries. Each book is not just a collection of words, but a vessel of thought, containing the musings of philosophers, theologians, and sages. The monks, with their unwavering devotion, spend hours transcribing ancient texts, ensuring that the wisdom of the ages is not lost. This labor of love is a profound act of faith, an acknowledgement that knowledge is meant to be shared, that it transcends the boundaries of time and space. As we journey deeper into the heart of these sacred institutions, we encounter the monks themselves, often cloaked in simple robes, their demeanor tranquil and serene. They embody a way of life that seems foreign to many of us, a rhythm dictated by prayer, meditation, and communal living. Each day unfolds with purpose, a tapestry woven from rituals that honor the divine and nurture the mind. They have chosen a path steeped in simplicity, embracing the belief that true wealth lies not in material possession, but in spiritual fulfillment. One cannot help but marvel at the dedication displayed by these monks as they rise before dawn, the first light filtering through the monastery windows. The sound of prayer bells echoes through the corridors, calling them to morning chants that resonate with the vibrancy of life. Each syllable uttered is a prayer for peace, a meditation on compassion, and a reminder of the interconnectedness of all beings. While the world outside may be chaotic, within these walls exists a sanctuary of hope, a space where love and understanding flourish. But the journey through monasteries is not solely about the past. It is a living narrative that continues to unfold. In an era where secularism and modernity often overshadow spirituality, monasteries offer a counterbalance, a refuge for those seeking meaning in their lives. Visitors from around the globe are drawn to these sacred spaces, eager to experience the tranquility that permeates the air. People come not only to witness the beauty of the architecture, but to engage with the monks, to learn from their wisdom, and to immerse themselves in a culture that values stillness over noise. In our exploration, we find that the monastery is not just a physical space, but a state of mind. It invites us to cultivate inner peace, to embrace silence amidst the clamor of life. The teachings imparted within these walls resonate far beyond their confines, inspiring individuals to lead lives rooted in compassion and mindfulness. The monks, through their actions, remind us that each moment holds the potential for transformation, that even the smallest act of kindness can ripple through the fabric of existence. Transitioning from the majestic peaks of Bhutan, we journey to the rolling hills of Tuscany, where the serene beauty of the Certosa di Firenze awaits us. Founded in the 14th century, this Carthusian monastery stands as a testament to the enduring nature of faith. Its cloistered courtyards and beautifully manicured gardens serve as a backdrop for reflection and spiritual growth. Here, the monks have dedicated themselves to a life of prayer and solitude, their days punctuated by the rhythm of the seasons. Visiting the Certosa, we are struck by the simplicity of life within its walls. The monks cultivate their own gardens, growing vegetables and herbs, sustaining themselves through the fruits of their labor. This self-sufficiency is not merely practical. It is a manifestation of their commitment to living in harmony with nature. Each seed sown is a prayer for nourishment, and each harvest a reminder of the abundance that surrounds us. In the evenings, as the sun sets over the hills, the monks gather for communal meals, sharing not just food, but stories, laughter, and camaraderie. This sense of community is vital, a reminder that even in solitude, the bonds of brotherhood flourish. They embody the belief that while the journey may be deeply personal, it is enriched by the shared experiences of others. As we continue our exploration, we come to understand that monasteries have evolved over time, adapting to the changing needs of society while remaining steadfast in their core values. Some have opened their doors to the public, offering retreats and workshops that encourage individuals to disconnect from the frenetic pace of modern life. These initiatives breathe new life into ancient traditions, allowing the wisdom of the past to guide the seekers of the present. In every corner of the world, from the arid deserts of the Middle East to the tranquil shores of Japan, monasteries stand as beacons of hope. They remind us of the power of faith and the importance of nurturing our spiritual selves. As we immerse ourselves in their teachings, we begin to see the world through a different lens, one that values compassion, understanding, and connection. As our journey through these sacred spaces draws to a close, we reflect on the profound influence monasteries have had on humanity. They are not merely a backdrop for prayer and meditation. They are living repositories of culture, wisdom, and love. Each monastery tells a story, a narrative woven through the fabric of time that continues to inspire and uplift. The journey through monasteries is an invitation to rediscover ourselves, to seek meaning in the chaos, and to embrace the tranquility that lies within. It is a reminder that even in the midst of uncertainty, there exists a sanctuary for the soul, a place where we can reconnect with our true selves and the world around us. The legacy of these sacred spaces endures, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the unyielding quest for understanding. As we step away from the hallowed halls, may we carry their teachings in our hearts, sharing the light of wisdom and compassion with all we encounter on our own journeys. What if I told you that a single conflict lasting 3 decades would forever alter the landscape of Europe? The 30 Years' War, a tapestry of religious fervor, political intrigue, and unrelenting brutality, unfolded between 1618 and 1648, leaving nations ravaged and peoples scarred. But amidst the chaos and devastation, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. The book as spoil of war. As armies clashed and empires crumbled, the written word became not just a tool of communication, but a coveted prize, a symbol of power and knowledge. In this chapter, we delve into the intricate relationship between warfare and literature, exploring how books became more than mere objects. They transformed into artifacts of conquest, embodying the very essence of the turmoil that engulfed a continent. Imagine a battlefield littered with the remnants of war, broken swords, shattered shields, and the lifeless forms of soldiers who once fought fervently for their beliefs. Amongst this carnage, a soldier stumbles upon a battered tome, its cover frayed and pages stained. This book, perhaps a religious text or a work of philosophy, holds within it the weight of its own history. For the soldier, it is not just a relic, it is a trophy, a symbol of victory over an enemy who cherished its contents. The 30 Years' War began as a conflict rooted in the deep chasms of Protestant and Catholic divisions within the Holy Roman Empire. Yet, as the war spiraled into a struggle for power and territorial dominance, the libraries of Europe became battlegrounds of their own. Books became spoils, with both sides seizing not only military victories, but also the cultural and intellectual heritage of their adversaries. Consider the libraries of Prague, once home to immense collections of texts that reflected the rich tapestry of European thought. When imperial forces marched into the city, they didn't just conquer territory, they plundered knowledge. Every volume taken was a statement, a declaration of control over not just land, but ideas. In this way, books became integral to the identity of the victors, shaping their narratives and legitimizing their claims to power. As the war dragged on and cities fell, the act of seizing books became a ritual of war. Soldiers would sift through the remains of libraries, searching for anything that could be of value. Manuscripts, religious texts, scientific treatises. The spoils of war were not limited to gold and weapons. They extended into the realm of intellectual treasures. Each book captured the essence of the culture it represented, a prize that could shift the balance of power in the ever-evolving landscape of Europe. But what happened to these books once they were taken? In many instances, they were transported back to the victor's home territory, where they would find new life in the libraries of the powerful. Imagine a ruler surveying their newly acquired collection, feeling a sense of triumph as they flip through the pages of a once-cherished text that belonged to an enemy. It was a reminder not only of victory, but of the fragility of knowledge in the face of conflict. Yet the story of books as spoils of war is not just a tale of acquisition. It is woven into the experiences of those who lost them. For the vanquished, the act of losing their books signified a deeper loss, a severing of cultural ties and intellectual heritage. Libraries destroyed or emptied became symbols of despair, reflecting the devastation wrought upon the communities that once housed them. In this sense, the war was not just a physical battle, it was an assault on the very foundations of identity and belief. In the aftermath of the 30 Years' War, the cultural landscape of Europe had irrevocably changed. The treaties that concluded the conflict not only redrew borders, but also reshaped the distribution of knowledge. The spoils of war, especially in the form of books, would influence education, governance, and the arts for generations to come. They became instruments of propaganda, tools for the powerful to reshape narratives and assert their dominance over the intellectual discourse of the time. Consider the significance of the peace treaties concluded at Westphalia in 1648. The agreements not only marked the end of the 30 Years' War, but also heralded the emergence of the modern state system in Europe. The books that had been seized during the war were now used to justify new political ideologies, to promote the values of sovereignty and statehood. The very texts that had once belonged to defeated enemies became the foundation upon which new nations would build their identities. As we reflect on the legacy of the 30 Years' War, it becomes clear that the book as spoil of war was more than a mere curiosity. It was a vital component of the conflict's narrative. The war's brutality extended beyond the battlefield, infiltrating the realm of ideas and culture. The act of seizing books was not simply an economic gain. It was an assertion of dominance over a rival's intellectual and cultural identity. In the centuries that followed, the echoes of the 30 Years' War would resonate through literature, influencing writers, philosophers, and historians. The spoils of war, particularly in the realm of books, would serve as a reminder of the tumultuous past, compelling future generations to grapple with the complexities of conflict and knowledge. As we conclude this chapter, let us ponder the enduring significance of the book as spoil of war. It serves as a poignant reminder that in times of turmoil, the written word retains its power, capable of shaping destinies and forging identities. The libraries of Europe, once sanctuaries of knowledge, transformed into battlegrounds, their contents forever altered by the hands of those who sought to claim victory. The 30 Years' War may have ended, but the stories of the books it displaced live on, urging us to consider the intrinsic link between warfare, culture, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. In the end, every book taken was not just a spoil. It was a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, a reminder that even amidst destruction, the quest for understanding and meaning continues. Imagine a vast treasure chest filled with centuries of knowledge, a sanctuary where the past whispers through the pages of history, and the future unfurls with every new volume. This is the Swedish Royal Library, a place where the written word reigns supreme, and where the echoes of intellect and creativity resonate through its hallowed halls. Today, we embark on a journey to discover not just the treasures it houses, but the story of its evolution, a narrative that intertwines heritage, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. As we delve deeper into the annals of this venerable institution, we unearth its roots. The Swedish Royal Library, or Kungliga Biblioteket, was established in the 17th century, during a time when the world was awakening to the wonders of the Enlightenment. Originally founded by King Gustavus Adolphus, its purpose was clear: to collect and preserve the nation's written heritage. The library began modestly, housed in the royal palace, a small collection of books that would soon burgeon into a monumental repository of knowledge. The journey of the library is a testament to the evolution of Swedish culture and intellect. Over the decades, it became a beacon for scholars and thinkers, attracting the brightest minds of each generation. With every book that entered its doors, the library not only expanded its collection, but also its influence. The shelves began to sag under the weight of knowledge, housing everything from rare manuscripts to contemporary works. It became a sanctuary for researchers, students, and bibliophiles, all drawn to the rich tapestry of information waiting to be explored. Yet, as the library grew, so too did the challenges it faced. The original space in the royal palace proved inadequate for the burgeoning collection. It was an age-old dilemma. How does one preserve the past while accommodating the future? The answer lay in the vision of the library's caretakers, who recognized the need for a new home, a sanctuary that would not only house the books but also inspire those who came to seek knowledge within its walls. In the late 19th century, the decision was made to construct a new building. The site chosen was a prime location along the banks of the picturesque Djurgården Canal, a space that would allow for expansion and accessibility. Designed by the renowned architect Fredrik Liljeqvist, the new library was a harmonious blend of functionality and beauty. Its grand facade, adorned with classical architectural elements, welcomed visitors with open arms, inviting them to step inside and immerse themselves in a world of literary wonder. The library officially opened its doors in 1906, and the response was overwhelming. People flocked to witness the marvel of modern design combined with the timeless allure of books. Within, they discovered not just shelves brimming with volumes, but also spaces dedicated to study, reflection, and community engagement. The Swedish Royal Library had transformed into a vibrant hub of intellectual activity, a place where knowledge was not merely stored, but actively shared and celebrated. As the years rolled on, the library continued to adapt to the changing needs of society. The digital revolution began to reshape how people accessed information, posing a new set of challenges. In response, the library embraced technology, initiating projects to digitize its extensive collections. This move was revolutionary, allowing scholars and the curious alike to access rare texts from the comfort of their homes. The library was no longer just a physical space. It had become a digital haven, breaking down barriers and democratizing access to knowledge. But integrating technology did not mean abandoning the library's core mission. The Swedish Royal Library remained committed to preserving its rich heritage while simultaneously engaging with contemporary issues. It evolved into a center for cultural exchange, hosting exhibitions, lectures, and workshops that spanned a multitude of subjects. Visitors could participate in discussions about the impact of literature on society, explore the intersections of art and science, or simply lose themselves in the pages of a beloved novel. The library's role as a cultural institution became increasingly vital within the community. It fostered a sense of belonging and identity, bridging generations and backgrounds through the shared experience of literature. As Sweden became more diverse, so too did the library's collections and programs. The inclusive approach aimed to reflect the voices and stories of all people, ensuring that everyone could find a piece of themselves within the library's vast offerings. Yet, the journey was not without its trials. The physical space, while beautiful, faced limitations as the collection continued to grow. The library's administrators grappled with the pressing need for additional space, a challenge that echoed the historical dilemma of balancing preservation with progress. Determined to meet the demands of the future, they envisioned a new expansion, a bold step that would redefine the library for generations to come. In 2018, the Swedish Royal Library unveiled its latest chapter, a modern extension designed by the acclaimed architectural firm Gert Wingård. This ambitious project sought to create a seamless blend of the old and the new, respecting the library's storied past while embracing the possibilities of the future. The new building features expansive reading rooms bathed in natural light, interactive spaces that invite collaboration, and innovative technologies that enhance the user experience. As we walk through the new extension, we are struck by its open design, encouraging exploration and engagement. The walls are adorned with art that tells the story of Sweden's literary heritage, while cozy nooks invite readers to lose themselves in a book. The space is alive with the chatter of students, researchers, and families, all united by a common thread, the pursuit of knowledge and the joy of discovery. The Swedish Royal Library stands as a testament to the enduring power of literature and the importance of preserving our intellectual heritage. It is a living entity, constantly evolving to meet the needs of the present while honoring the lessons of the past. Each book on its shelves carries with it a piece of history, a fragment of a larger narrative that connects us all. In this age of rapid change, the library remains a sanctuary of stability, a reminder that amidst the chaos of the world, the written word continues to inspire, challenge, and transform us. As we reflect on the journey of the Swedish Royal Library, a journey marked by ambition, innovation, and a steadfast commitment to knowledge, we are reminded of the profound impact that such institutions have on our lives. So, as we close this chapter, we leave you with a question. What stories will you seek in the pages of history? What knowledge will you uncover in the vast archives of the Swedish Royal Library? With each visit, with each turned page, you are a part of this living legacy, contributing to a narrative that spans centuries and transcends borders. The library awaits, ready to share its treasures with those who dare to explore. Imagine a world engulfed in flames, where the air crackles with heat and the ground trembles beneath the weight of destruction. This is not just a scene from a disaster movie. It's a reality that countless individuals have faced throughout history. Fires have the power to obliterate everything in their path, yet amidst the chaos, stories of survival and narrow escapes emerge, illuminating the resilience of the human spirit. Today, we delve into the gripping narrative of fires and survival, exploring tales of bravery and the instinct to persevere against all odds. On a fateful day in October 2017, the serene hills of Northern California erupted into chaos as wildfires swept through communities, leaving devastation in their wake. One such community was Santa Rosa, a place known for its wine country and picturesque landscapes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a battleground against nature's fury. Families were forced to flee their homes, often with little more than the clothes on their backs. Among them was the story of the Johnson family, who awoke to the smell of smoke and the sound of crackling branches. As flames approached their neighborhood, they made a split-second decision that would change their lives forever. With their children still groggy from sleep, the Johnsons jumped into their car, frantically searching for a route to safety. The roads were choked with traffic, and the fire raged closer. It was a race against time. "We could see the flames licking at the edges of the street," recalled Sarah Johnson, her voice trembling as she recounted the memory. "It felt like the world was ending." In that moment, the family had to trust their instincts. They took a risk, veering off the main road and onto a narrow path that led them away from the flames. Each turn brought uncertainty, but their determination to survive propelled them forward. They finally reached safety, a temporary refuge at a community center where they joined hundreds of others who had also escaped the inferno. Their home was lost, but their story of survival became a beacon of hope. As we reflect on these harrowing moments, it's essential to consider what drives people to keep going when faced with such overwhelming danger. Often, it's the sheer will to protect loved ones that ignites a spark of courage. This was evident in the case of the Thomas family, who found themselves in a similar predicament during the devastating wildfires in Australia in 2020. With the flames encroaching upon their home, they made the decision to shelter in their backyard pool, submerging themselves beneath the water as the fire raged above. In their darkest hour, they clung to each other, whispering words of comfort and waiting for the inferno to pass. Survival in the face of fire is not just a test of physical endurance, it's a battle of mental fortitude. As the smoke thickened and the heat intensified, the Thomas family remained focused, reminding themselves that they were not alone in this fight. With every passing moment, they drew strength from one another, creating an unbreakable bond that would carry them through the ordeal. But survival stories extend beyond individual families. They encompass entire communities coming together in times of crisis. In the wake of the devastating Camp Fire that tore through Paradise, California in 2018, we witnessed an extraordinary display of human kindness and solidarity. Neighbors turned into rescuers, forming impromptu networks to help those in need. They opened their doors, offering shelter, food, and compassion to those who had lost everything. One remarkable account comes from a local cafe owner named Maria. When the fire approached, she refused to abandon her cafe, convinced that it could serve as a refuge for others. As the flames drew nearer, she opened her doors wide, inviting frightened individuals in. "I couldn't just run away. I had to do something," Maria explained. "I thought if I could help even one person, it would make a difference." The cafe became a sanctuary, a place where people could find comfort in the midst of chaos. Together they shared stories, fears, and hopes, creating a community bond that transcended the destruction. Yet, not all stories end with triumph. The aftermath of such disasters leaves scars that can last a lifetime. The emotional toll of surviving a fire can be profound as individuals grapple with loss and trauma. Many who escaped alive must confront the reality of rebuilding their lives from the ashes. The journey to recovery can be long and arduous, filled with moments of doubt and despair. It is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit that so many find the strength to rise from the ruins. As we turn our gaze to the future, the question arises: how can we prepare for the inevitability of fires? With climate change contributing to the increasing frequency and intensity of wildfires, it becomes crucial to adopt preventative measures. Communities are now investing in fire-resistant infrastructure, creating defensible spaces around homes, and educating residents about emergency preparedness. These steps not only aim to mitigate the impact of wildfires, but also empower individuals to take charge of their safety. Fire safety education has become a lifeline in many regions, equipping families with the knowledge they need to respond effectively in the face of danger. Knowing how to create an escape plan, maintaining clear communication, and having emergency supplies on hand can mean the difference between life and death. The stories of survival we've explored today serve as powerful reminders that preparation can save lives. In the grand tapestry of human experience, fire represents both destruction and rebirth. Each story of survival weaves a narrative of hope, courage, and the unwavering spirit of those who refuse to be defeated by nature's wrath. As we reflect on these incredible journeys, we are reminded that in the face of adversity, we possess the strength to endure, to rebuild, and to thrive once again. As we conclude this exploration of fires and survival, let us carry these stories with us. They serve not only as cautionary tales, but also as inspirations to foster community, cultivate resilience, and cherish the bonds that unite us. In the end, it is our shared humanity that allows us to rise from the ashes, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Together, we can transform tragedy into triumph, proving that even in the darkest of times, hope can ignite like a flame, lighting the way forward. Imagine holding a text that has been the subject of intense scrutiny for centuries, a document that carries the weight of history, culture, and belief. Today, we delve into the intricate world of scholarly studies focused on dating ancient texts. How do scholars peel back the layers of time, sifting through words written in a different era to uncover their origins? This episode, entitled Chap 17 Scholarly Studies Trying to Date the Text, will take you on a captivating journey through the methodologies, challenges, and triumphs of dating ancient writings. Dating a text is not merely an academic exercise, it is an exploration of identity, context, and the very essence of human thought. The quest begins with the recognition that every written word is a product of its time, a mirror reflecting the societal norms, languages, and events that shaped its creation. But how do we accurately pinpoint when a text was written? The answer lies in a tapestry of techniques, each thread woven with care and precision. Let us start with the fundamental concept of textual analysis. Scholars meticulously examine the language, style, and themes present in the text. Linguistic shifts can serve as invaluable markers. For instance, if a manuscript uses vocabulary that was prevalent only in a particular historical period, scholars can draw conclusions about its dating. Yet language evolves, sometimes rapidly, and what was once common may fade into obscurity. Thus, understanding the nuances of language becomes a critical tool in the scholar's toolkit. But language is just one piece of the puzzle. Contextual clues can offer striking insights. Events referenced within a text, such as wars, political upheavals, or notable figures, can help establish a time frame. Imagine reading a text that mentions the fall of a significant empire. By correlating this information with historical records, scholars can narrow down the possible dates of composition. However, this method is not without its pitfalls. The challenge lies in determining the accuracy and reliability of the events cited. As we delve deeper, the role of paleography becomes evident. The study of ancient writing styles provides another layer of understanding. Each era has its unique script, and the way letters are formed can reveal a wealth of information. Paleographers analyze the formation of characters, the materials used for writing, and even the methods of ink application. A manuscript written on parchment with a particular script style can often be dated to a specific time frame, revealing its historical context like layers of an onion being peeled away. Now consider the often overlooked aspect of scribal traditions. The individuals responsible for copying texts played a crucial role in preserving them. Their practices, preferences, and even biases can affect the dating process. A scribe might add notes or comments that provide temporal anchors, but they might also introduce anachronisms, details that do not quite fit the period. Thus, understanding the scribal culture of a text becomes paramount. Yet, as meticulous as these methods are, challenges abound. The world of ancient manuscripts is fraught with uncertainty. Often, the earliest copies of a text are not the originals. The gap between the moment a text is composed and the earliest surviving copy can span centuries. This temporal chasm raises questions about how accurately the text has been transmitted. The presence of variants and alterations, whether intentional or accidental, complicates the task of dating even further. Amidst these challenges, technological advancements have emerged as powerful allies. Enter the realm of carbon dating, a method commonly associated with archaeology, but increasingly applied to ancient manuscripts. By analyzing the carbon content in organic materials, scientists can estimate the age of papyrus or parchment. This method has provided scholars with a scientific approach to dating texts, offering a tangible connection to the past. However, carbon dating is not infallible. The techniques are subject to limitations and potential errors, sometimes necessitating a cautious interpretation of results. Scholars must still rely on their expertise and intuition, weaving together scientific data with historical context and textual analysis. The interplay of art and science becomes evident as scholars navigate the complexities of dating ancient texts. As we explore further, the impact of cultural influences cannot be overlooked. The broader context of the era in which a text was created often reveals much about its dating. For instance, the emergence of particular philosophical ideas or religious movements can influence the language and themes present in a manuscript. By understanding the prevailing thoughts and beliefs of a society, scholars can better situate a text within its historical framework. One particularly fascinating case study is that of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Discovered in the mid-20th century, these ancient texts have ignited a firestorm of scholarly debate. Dating them has proven to be a complex endeavor involving a combination of paleographic analysis, carbon dating, and contextual clues. The scrolls shed light on a community that thrived during a tumultuous period in Jewish history, and their dating has profound implications for our understanding of the development of religious texts. In the quest to date texts, collaboration has become increasingly vital. Scholars from various disciplines, history, linguistics, archaeology, and even conservation, come together, pooling their expertise to tackle the multifaceted challenges associated with dating ancient documents. This interdisciplinary approach enriches the study, leading to more nuanced interpretations and deeper insights. The journey to date a text is not merely about establishing a timeline. It is about understanding the human experience encapsulated within those words. Each discovery, each breakthrough, unearths stories of the past, illuminating the thoughts and lives of those who came before us. It is an invitation to connect with history on a profound level, as if reaching across the ages to grasp the thoughts of ancient minds. As we draw to a close, consider the implications of dating ancient texts. It goes beyond academic curiosity. It is a search for truth, a quest to understand how humanity has grappled with ideas, beliefs, and experiences through the written word. The texts we examine today are not relics of the past, but living documents that continue to shape our understanding of the world. Through the lens of scholarly studies, we uncover the intricate dance between text and time. Each method, each technique serves as a key, unlocking the doors to our shared history. The challenge of dating ancient texts is a reminder that history is not a static entity. It is a dynamic interplay of context, language, and human experience, waiting to be explored. So, the next time you encounter an ancient manuscript, remember the journey it has taken to reach you. The scholars who study these texts are not just looking at words on a page. They are piecing together a grand narrative of human existence, filled with mystery, discovery, and profound connections to the past. This is the essence of scholarly studies, an ongoing dialogue with history that invites us all to participate in the exploration of our shared narrative. What if I told you that a single hand wielding a quill changed the course of history? The story of the scribe is not just one of ink and parchment. It is a tale woven into the very fabric of civilization. In Chapter 18, we delve into the enigma surrounding a remarkable figure, a scribe who, despite the limitations of a single hand, crafted a vision that transcended the ordinary. This is more than a biography. It is a journey through the corridors of time, exploring the indomitable spirit of creativity and the power of the written word. Imagine a dimly lit room where the flickering flame of a candle dances across parchment, illuminating faded ink that holds secrets of generations past. This was the workspace of our scribe, a place where thoughts were transformed into letters and letters into profound ideas that would echo through centuries. The scribe, whose name has been lost to history, faced challenges that would deter many. Yet, with unwavering determination, he harnessed his unique perspective, turning his perceived limitations into a wellspring of creativity. The world was changing rapidly during the period in which our scribe lived. The dawn of the Renaissance was upon Europe, a time marked by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, art, and exploration. Amidst this backdrop of intellectual fervor, our protagonist emerged. He was not merely a recorder of events, but a visionary who understood the power of narrative. Each stroke of his quill was a declaration of resilience, and his story is a testament to the idea that limitations can often lead to extraordinary creativity. As we explore the life of this remarkable scribe, we encounter the trials he faced. Born into a world that often overlooked those with physical challenges, he quickly learned to navigate a society that valued strength and perfection. Yet, rather than succumb to despair, he embraced his uniqueness. His left hand, although physically impaired, became a symbol of his resolve. The very act of writing became a dance of grace, where every letter flowed from his mind into being, defying the odds stacked against him. But what motivated this scribe? What drove him to pour his thoughts onto paper when so many others chose silence? The answer lies in the heart of his story. He was not just chronicling events. He was capturing the essence of humanity. Each tale he wrote was steeped in emotion, reflecting the joys and sorrows of the human experience. Through his words, he sought to connect with others, to bridge the chasm of isolation that often accompanied physical challenges. His writing became a lifeline not only for himself but for countless others who felt unheard. The scribe's vision extended beyond mere documentation. He was a pioneer of storytelling, often merging history with allegory. His works were rich with symbolism, inviting readers to think critically about their own lives and the world around them. It is said that he once wrote a parable about a bird with a broken wing, illustrating the idea that true freedom comes not from the absence of limitations, but from the courage to rise above them. This parable resonated deeply with those who encountered it, transforming his words into a source of inspiration. As we piece together the fragments of his life, we discover a network of fellow thinkers and artists who were drawn to his vision. The scribe was not an island. He engaged with scholars and poets, exchanging ideas that would shape the intellectual landscape of his time. Together, they dared to question the status quo, pushing the boundaries of knowledge and creativity. This collaboration is a reminder that even the most solitary acts of creation are often rooted in community. Yet, the scribe's journey was not without opposition. In an era where conformity often reigned, his bold ideas sometimes faced criticism and scorn. He encountered skeptics who dismissed his work as frivolous, a distraction from the serious matters of the day. But armed with a singular vision and the strength of his convictions, he stood firm. His resilience in the face of adversity is a powerful lesson. Creativity flourishes when one dares to be different, to challenge the expectations imposed by society. As we delve deeper into his writings, we uncover a tapestry of themes: love, loss, hope, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. His works were not just for the elite. They were intended for the common man, the laborer, the dreamer. He understood that stories have the power to uplift, to educate, and to transform. With each tale, he sought to empower his readers, to encourage them to find their own voices amidst the noise of the world. In the final chapters of his life, the scribe faced the inevitable passage of time. As age took its toll and the candle's flame began to flicker, he reflected on his legacy. What would remain of his words? Would they continue to inspire future generations? This contemplation led him to a profound realization. The impact of his work was not measured by fame or recognition, but by the connections forged through shared stories. Each reader who encountered his writings became a part of his journey, a thread in the rich tapestry of human experience. And so, as we draw this chapter to a close, we are left with a lingering question. What does it mean to create in the face of adversity? The scribe's story teaches us that creativity is not merely an act of expression, but a declaration of existence. It is a way to connect, to understand, and to leave an indelible mark on the world. His journey reminds us that every limitation can be transformed into an opportunity, that every voice, no matter how quiet, has the power to resonate across time. As we step away from the glow of the candle and the ink-stained pages, let us carry with us the spirit of the scribe, a reminder that with one hand and one vision, we can change the world. His story is not just a reflection of the past, it is a call to action for the present and future. Each of us, in our unique ways, can wield our pens, our voices, and our passions to illuminate the darkness, to inspire change, and to write our own chapters in the ongoing story of humanity. The legacy of the scribe lives on, urging us all to embrace our differences and create with courage. What if I told you that throughout history there exists a mark so infamous, so shrouded in mystery, that it has sparked fear and fascination in equal measure? This is the tale of the Devil's Signature, a story woven into the fabric of folklore, art, and even the darkest corners of human ambition. A signature that has come to symbolize the pact between man and the supernatural, where creativity dances dangerously with malevolence. The legend of the Devil's Signature has its roots deep in the traditions of various cultures, yet one of the most notable tales emerges from the world of classical music. Picture, if you will, a young and ambitious composer, driven by an insatiable thirst for fame and mastery. His name was Niccolo Paganini, a violin virtuoso, whose unparalleled talent left audiences breathless. But whispers began to swirl around him, tales of a sinister bargain struck with the Prince of Darkness himself. As his fame grew, so did the shadows that lurked behind it. Paganini's performances were electrifying, transcending the ordinary bounds of music. He played with such skill that spectators claimed he must have possessed supernatural abilities. The legend suggests that his extraordinary talent came at a price. They said he had sold his soul to the devil, and in return, he had gained the capacity to play the violin like no other. The eerie tales of his life and music became intertwined, painting a picture of a man who danced on the edge of genius and madness. As we delve deeper into the life of Paganini, one cannot overlook the peculiarities surrounding him. His appearance alone was enough to stir unease. Towering and gaunt with long flowing hair, he was often described as having an otherworldly presence. His fingers, long and delicate, seemed to move with a life of their own, conjuring melodies that resonated with the deepest emotions of the human soul. It was said that when he played, it was as if he were channeling forces beyond this world. Audiences found themselves captivated yet disturbed, entranced by the beauty of his music but haunted by the thought of what lay beneath. The fascination with Paganini didn't end with his performances. After his death, stories of his supposed pact with the devil only intensified. They spoke of a cursed violin, one that could only be played by those who had been marked by darkness. This instrument, they claimed, held within its strings the very essence of Paganini's spirit. It became a symbol of his legacy, an object of both reverence and terror. Musicians who dared to play it were warned of the potential consequences, for it was said that the devil's signature could still be felt within its wood. But the devil's signature extends beyond just music. It permeates various artistic realms, each iteration echoing the same theme of a Faustian bargain. In literature, we find figures like Faust himself, a scholar who becomes disillusioned with the limits of human knowledge and ultimately sells his soul in exchange for power and wisdom. The narrative has resonated through centuries, illustrating the eternal struggle between ambition and morality, creativity and destruction. This enduring archetype raises fundamental questions. How far are we willing to go to achieve greatness? What sacrifices are deemed acceptable in the pursuit of our dreams? As the story of the devil's signature unfolds, we encounter another intriguing figure, the painter Hieronymus Bosch. His works, rich with bizarre imagery and intricate details, have often been interpreted as a reflection of the human condition, grappling with sin, temptation, and the consequences of one's choices. Bosch's art is a labyrinth of moral allegories, and within his paintings lie echoes of the devil's influence. The imagery invites viewers to ponder their own desires and the darker impulses lurking within their souls. The connection between artistry and the supernatural is not merely a relic of the past, it resonates today in the lives of contemporary artists. Many creators still grapple with the notion of selling their souls for success, often reflecting on the struggles they face in the cutthroat world of fame and recognition. The pressure to innovate, to stand out, can lead some down a treacherous path. They find themselves at a crossroads where the allure of success tempts them to compromise their values, to barter their integrity for fleeting accolades. One such modern artist, the enigmatic musician known as Billie Eilish, has openly discussed the weight of expectations and the sacrifices she makes for her art. Her haunting melodies and introspective lyrics resonate with a generation wrestling with their own demons. In interviews, she reveals a deep-seated fear of losing herself in the pursuit of fame, echoing the sentiments of those who have come before her. The question remains, how much of oneself is one willing to sacrifice in the name of artistry? Is there a trace of the devil's signature lurking behind the scenes of our modern cultural landscape? As we weave through these narratives, The devil's signature reveals itself not just as a symbol of artistic brilliance, but as a cautionary tale of the potential consequences of unchecked ambition. Each artist, whether they wield a brush, a pen, or a musical instrument, walks a tightrope, balancing the brilliance of their creativity with the shadows of their desires. The allure of greatness is intoxicating, but it often comes with a price that can be steep and unforgiving. In exploring the truth behind the legend of the devil's signature, we come to understand that it is not merely a story of evil or divine intervention. It is a reflection of our own humanity, our struggles, and the choices we face in our pursuit of passion. Each stroke of a brush, each note played, carries with it the weight of intention and consequence. The line between genius and madness is often blurred, and the stories of those who have walked this path serve as a reminder of the delicate balance we must maintain. As we conclude this exploration, let us carry forward the essence of the devil's signature, a testament to the power of creativity and the shadows that can accompany it. In our own lives, we must navigate the fine line between ambition and integrity, acknowledging that while the pursuit of our dreams may lead us to extraordinary heights, it is equally important to remain grounded in our values. The mark of the devil may linger in the tales of the past, but it is our choices that shape the legacy we leave behind. So, as you go forth, consider the stories that inspire you, the passions that drive you. Reflect on the balance between ambition and morality. And remember, the path to greatness is not without its trials. The devil's signature may forever remain a haunting spectre in the world of art and ambition, but it also serves as a reminder of our own capacity for resilience, creativity, and the power of choice. Ultimately, the true signature we leave on this world is not one of darkness, but of light. Imagine a world where the line between brilliance and insanity blurs, where the mind's labyrinthine pathways can lead to both extraordinary creativity and profound suffering. This paradox has captivated thinkers, artists, and scientists for centuries, engendering the question that echoes through the corridors of history: is madness a precursor to genius? In this exploration, we delve into the intricate psychological theories that seek to illuminate the enigmatic relationship between these two seemingly opposing states of being. Psychological theories have long sought to unpack the complexities of the human mind, and none more so than the dynamic interplay between madness and genius. From the ancient Greeks who spoke of divine inspirations to modern psychologists who dissect neural pathways, the quest to understand the connection between creativity and mental illness is as old as civilization itself. Consider the likes of Vincent van Gogh, whose vibrant paintings burst with emotion yet were born from a tumultuous inner world. Or the haunting melodies of Ludwig van Beethoven, whose deafness did not stifle but rather intensified his musical genius. Their lives raise a profound question. Do the struggles of mental illness enhance creative expression, or do they merely serve as a tragic backdrop? The concept of the mad genius is not new. The Greeks believed that creativity was a gift from the Muses, celestial beings who could bless individuals with inspiration or plunge them into madness. This notion persisted throughout history, influencing how society perceives artistic and intellectual figures. In the Renaissance, artists like Michelangelo and poets such as John Keats were often seen as touched by the divine, their brilliance intertwined with eccentric behaviors and emotional turmoil. This romanticization of the tortured artist has persisted into modern times, creating a narrative that equates suffering with exceptional talent. As we move into the realm of psychological theories, one cannot overlook the groundbreaking work of Sigmund Freud. Freud's exploration of the unconscious mind introduced the idea that creativity often arises from repressed emotions and unresolved conflicts. He posited that the creative process serves as a means of catharsis, allowing individuals to channel their inner turmoil into artistic expression. This perspective suggests that the very struggles that haunt these individuals may fuel their creativity, leading to masterpieces that resonate with others. However, this raises a critical question. Is the act of creation merely a coping mechanism, or is it something more profound? In the early 20th century, the field of psychology expanded dramatically, bringing with it new theories that sought to explain the link between mental health and creativity. The work of psychologist and philosopher Carl Jung introduced concepts such as the collective unconscious and archetypes. Jung believed that creativity taps into a deeper reservoir of shared human experience, suggesting that the most profound insights often emerge from a place of inner conflict. His theories imply that the process of grappling with one's demons can lead to a greater understanding of oneself and ultimately to artistic brilliance. Yet the relationship between madness and genius is not without its critics. Some argue that romanticizing mental illness can lead to a glorification of suffering, overshadowing the very real struggles faced by those who grapple with mental health issues. The narrative that equates genius with madness can perpetuate stigma, leading to a dangerous oversimplification of complex human experiences. In a society that often idolizes the tortured artist, we must ask ourselves, are we celebrating the struggle, or are we failing to acknowledge the need for mental health support and understanding? As we delve deeper into the psychological theories surrounding madness and genius, we encounter the works of contemporary psychologists who have begun to unravel this intricate tapestry. One such figure is Dr. Nancy Andreasen, who has conducted extensive research on the link between creativity and mental illness. Her studies indicate that certain traits associated with creativity, such as openness to experience and divergent thinking, overlap with characteristics found in individuals diagnosed with mood disorders. This intersection suggests that the cognitive processes that foster creativity may also predispose individuals to mental health challenges. Dr. Andreasen's research highlights the importance of understanding the nuances within these experiences. Rather than viewing creativity and madness as two sides of the same coin, she encourages a more nuanced perspective that recognizes the spectrum of human experience. This reframing opens up a dialogue about how society can support individuals navigating both the highs of creative expression and the lows of mental health struggles. Transitioning from the realm of psychology to the stories of individuals, we find compelling examples that bring these theories to life. Consider the case of Sylvia Plath, a poet whose work pulsates with raw emotion and vivid imagery. Plath's struggles with depression are well documented, yet her ability to transform pain into poetry remains a testament to the complex relationship between creativity and mental health. Her words resonate with countless individuals, illustrating how the act of creation can serve as both an outlet and a source of connection. Yet the tragic arc of Plath's life also serves as a poignant reminder of the potential dangers that can accompany such intense emotional experiences. In her case, the very brilliance that defined her work was overshadowed by her internal battles, culminating in her untimely death. This duality invites us to reflect on the broader implications of the mad genius narrative. While creativity can emerge from suffering, it is crucial to prioritize mental health and well-being. As we explore further, we encounter the storied life of Virginia Woolf, another literary giant whose genius was intertwined with her struggles. Woolf's work often delved into the complexities of the human psyche, capturing the nuances of mental illness with unparalleled depth. Her essays and novels reveal a profound understanding of the internal landscapes of her characters, reflecting her own tumultuous relationship with mental health. Woolf's legacy challenges us to consider how the exploration of madness can yield insight, both for the individual and for society at large. Through the lens of psychological theories and the stories of these remarkable individuals, we come to appreciate the intricate dance between madness and genius. This exploration invites us to ask not only what fuels creative expression, but also how we can create a more compassionate world for those navigating these challenges. It is a call to recognize the humanity behind the brilliance, to honor the struggles that often accompany extraordinary talent, and to foster an environment where creativity can flourish without the shadow of stigma. As we conclude this chapter of our journey, we are left with more questions than answers. Is it possible to embrace the complexity of the human experience without romanticizing suffering? How can we celebrate creativity while advocating for mental health awareness? The interplay between madness and genius remains a rich tapestry, one that invites ongoing exploration and dialogue. In this quest for understanding, we find hope for a future where the brilliance of the human spirit can shine brightly, nourished by compassion, empathy, and a commitment to mental well-being. Join us as we continue to unravel the mysteries of the mind, exploring the stories of those who have walked the fine line between madness and genius, and seeking to understand the profound depths of human creativity. The journey is far from over, and the answers may lead us to unexpected places, illuminating the beauty and complexity of our shared human experience. Imagine a time long before the age of digital printing, when every letter was painstakingly crafted by hand, and every scroll told a story that had the power to shape civilizations. Picture a manuscript so unique, so rich in history and meaning, that it stands apart from all others like a solitary star in a vast night sky. This is the world we step into as we explore the comparisons of one particular manuscript, a work that some scholars argue has no equal. As we delve into the annals of history, we find ourselves drawn to the Codex Vaticanus, one of the oldest extant manuscripts of the Greek Bible. Dated to the early 4th century, this monumental work is a marvel not only for its age, but for its textual significance. When we compare it to other manuscripts, particularly those that emerged in later centuries, the differences become glaringly evident. The Codex Vaticanus presents a text that is both familiar and foreign, a bridge between the ancient world and our modern understanding of Scripture. What makes the Codex Vaticanus so extraordinary? It is not merely the age of the parchment or the craftsmanship of its letters. The true marvel lies in its content. Some passages differ significantly from later versions, leading to heated debates among scholars and theologians alike. It invites us to question, what is the true essence of these ancient texts? Are they unchanging truths, or do they evolve with time and interpretation? In stark contrast, we can look at the Textus Receptus, a compilation of Greek texts that became the foundation for many of the translations we hold dear today. While the Textus Receptus has played an essential role in shaping Christian doctrine, it is not without its controversies. Scholars have identified numerous variations between it and earlier manuscripts like the Codex Vaticanus. The differences can be subtle, yet their implications are profound. A single word or phrase may alter the meaning of a passage, leading us to ponder the weight of textual fidelity. The exploration of these manuscripts is not merely an academic exercise, it is a journey into the very heart of belief. The Codex Vaticanus, with its complex history and textual variations, invites us to engage with our own faith, challenging us to reconcile the ancient with the contemporary. As we sift through the layers of history, we uncover stories of communities that fiercely debated the meanings of these texts, each seeking to grasp the divine truth in their own way. To fully appreciate the Codex Vaticanus, we must also examine the Dead Sea Scrolls, a collection of texts discovered in the mid-20th century that has transformed our understanding of the Hebrew Bible. Dating back to the 3rd century BCE, these scrolls offer a glimpse into the religious practices and beliefs of a Jewish sect that flourished in the wilderness. When compared to the Codex Vaticanus, the parallels and divergences provide invaluable insights into the evolution of biblical texts. The theological implications are staggering. For instance, the scrolls contain multiple versions of the same stories, hinting at the fluid nature of oral traditions that long predated their written form. This is where the narrative thickens. The Codex Vaticanus may appear as a definitive text, but when juxtaposed with the Dead Sea Scrolls, we see the shadows of a much larger tapestry woven with threads of interpretation and belief. As we navigate through these ancient manuscripts, we are reminded of the human desire to seek meaning and understanding. Each text is a reflection of its time and a testament to the faith of its people. The Gospel of Mark, for instance, is presented in a much shorter form in the Codex Vaticanus than in the later manuscripts, sparking discussions about the original intent of the author. Was Mark aiming to convey a rapid, urgent message, or was it a deliberate choice to focus on specific teachings of Jesus? This brings us to the question of authority. The manuscripts we hold in our hands today are the result of centuries of copying, preservation, and sometimes alteration. The discrepancies we find between the Codex Vaticanus and later versions raise fundamental questions about who gets to decide what constitutes the true Word of God. The answer is complex and often contentious. In our quest for understanding, we also encounter the fascinating world of the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible that influenced early Christian thought. The Septuagint's variations from the Hebrew texts serve as a reminder that translation is never a straightforward process. It involves interpretation, cultural context, and the translator's perspective. When we compare the Septuagint to the Codex Vaticanus, we find a rich interplay of language and meaning that deepens our appreciation for both texts. As we explore these manuscripts, we begin to see the larger picture. The Codex Vaticanus does not exist in a vacuum. It is part of a broader tradition of textual transmission that spans centuries and continents. It embodies the struggles, debates, and beliefs of countless individuals who sought to understand the divine. Even as we grapple with differences in text and interpretation, we must also celebrate the beauty of diversity in belief and practice. The variations found in the Codex Vaticanus and other manuscripts do not diminish their value. Rather, they enhance our understanding of the multifaceted nature of faith. Every manuscript tells a story, each variation a window into the beliefs of those who came before us. In this grand tapestry of history, the Codex Vaticanus stands as a testament to the enduring power of the written word. It compels us to question, to seek, and to engage in conversations that transcend time and space. As we reflect on its unique position among other manuscripts, we are reminded that the journey of discovery never truly ends. The exploration of these texts urges us to ponder our own beliefs and the stories we tell. What does it mean to believe in something larger than ourselves? How do the stories of the past resonate in our lives today? The answers may not be clear-cut, but the pursuit of understanding is what makes the journey worthwhile. As we conclude this chapter on the comparisons of manuscripts, we carry with us the echoes of ancient voices, the weight of history, and the spark of inquiry. The Codex Vaticanus may stand alone in its significance, but it is woven into a rich fabric of human experience, a testament to our longing for connection with the divine and with one another. This exploration is not merely about manuscripts, it is about the stories that shape us, the texts that guide us, and the faith that compels us to seek answers in a world rich with questions. Fear is a primal force, lurking in the shadows of our consciousness, shaping our thoughts and behaviors in ways we often cannot grasp. It serves as both a guide and a prison, directing our steps while simultaneously confining our spirits. In the secluded halls of monasteries where silence reigns and the air is thick with contemplation, monks engage in a battle that is as old as humanity itself, the struggle against the demons of fear, Imagine a place where the clamor of the world fades into a distant memory, where each breath echoes with purpose, and the mind is a canvas upon which the shadow play of fear dances. Monastic life is often romanticized as a serene existence, a retreat from the chaos of modernity. Yet beneath the surface of this tranquil facade lies an intense confrontation with the darker aspects of human nature. Monks are not merely seekers of divine wisdom, they are warriors in an eternal struggle against the forces that threaten to unravel the fabric of their spiritual journeys. Fear, in its many forms, manifests as temptation, doubt, and confusion. It prowls like a beast, whispering insidious lies that can derail even the most steadfast seeker. The question arises, how do these individuals, devoted to lives of peace and spiritual enlightenment, confront the demons that haunt them? To understand the role of fear in monastic life, we must first delve into the concept of the demonic. This term, often associated with external evil, is just as much about the internal battles we all face. The demonic exists not only in the realm of folklore and superstition, but also within the psyche of each monk. It represents the fears that loom large in the mind, the fear of failure, the fear of falling short of spiritual ideals, and the fear of the unknown. The stories of monks throughout history illuminate this struggle. Take, for example, the renowned figure of Saint Benedict, who founded the Benedictine order in the 6th century. His rule emphasized community, prayer, and the importance of stability. Yet even within that structured environment, fear gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. Legend has it that he faced temptations of the flesh and spirit, moments when the allure of worldly pleasures threatened to pull him from his divine path. As he battled these temptations, guided by prayer and reflection, he became a living testament to the idea that confronting fear is not about banishing it entirely. Instead, it is about understanding its presence, embracing it, and using it as a catalyst for growth. For monks, fear transforms from an adversary into a teacher, revealing deeper truths about themselves and their spiritual journeys. Consider the practice of meditation, a cornerstone of monastic life. Here, monks sit in silence, allowing the mind to wander and the heart to open. It is in this sacred space that the spectres of fear often emerge, uninvited yet unavoidable. In those moments of stillness, the ghosts of past regrets, anxieties about the future, and existential doubts rise to the surface. Monks are trained to confront these thoughts, to meet them with compassion rather than aversion. In the stillness, they learn that fear is not merely a dark cloud hovering above them. It is a part of the human experience, a shared thread that connects all beings. By acknowledging fear, they dismantle its power, transforming it from a source of paralysis into a source of strength. The monastic journey becomes an exploration of the inner landscape, a pilgrimage within, where fear is not the enemy, but a guide leading them toward deeper understanding. The stories of monks are filled with moments of revelation born from fear. One such monk, Thomas Merton, a 20th century Trappist, wrote extensively about his own fears and the transformative power of solitude. Merton's work reflects a deep engagement with the inner demons that plagued him, his fears of isolation, his struggles with identity, and his quest for authenticity. Through his writings, he invites us into the depths of his battles, revealing how the confrontation with fear led to profound insights about love, community, and the divine. Merton's legacy serves as a reminder that the path of the monk is not one of escape, but of engagement. In the monastic tradition, fear is not a foe to be vanquished, but a companion to be understood. Each monk's journey is a testament to resilience, showing us that the human spirit can endure even the most daunting challenges. The interplay of fear and faith is not limited to individual experiences. It also shapes the communal life within monasteries. In the shared silence, monks learn from one another, building a collective resilience against the fears that threaten to isolate them. They gather for prayer, chant, and dialogue, creating a sacred space where vulnerability is met with compassion. In these moments, the bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood are forged, fortified by the acknowledgement of shared fears and struggles. There is a striking beauty in this communal journey. Monks confront their demons not in isolation, but as a community, drawing strength from one another. The fear of being unworthy, of not living up to the ideals they strive for, is soothed by the understanding that they are not alone in their struggles. Together, they weave a tapestry of resilience, where each thread represents a story of fear transformed into faith. As we explore the role of fear in monastic life, it becomes clear that this journey is about more than individual battles. It is a collective pilgrimage toward enlightenment, where fear serves as a catalyst for compassion, connection, and ultimately, liberation. Monks learn that in facing their fears, they also confront the fears of the world around them, the fears of suffering, loss, and separation. This understanding expands their perspective, allowing them to extend empathy beyond the walls of their monasteries. The lessons learned within become tools for navigating the complexities of human existence. As they embrace their fears, they become beacons of hope for others who are grappling with their own inner demons. In the modern world, where fear often manifests as anxiety and disconnection, the monastic approach offers a powerful counter-narrative. The practice of mindfulness, rooted in the monastic tradition, encourages us to confront our fears with kindness and understanding. It invites us to explore the depths of our own consciousness, to acknowledge the shadows that dwell within, and to transform them into sources of strength and wisdom. Fear, then, is not merely a hurdle to be overcome, but a profound teacher that guides us on our journey. Through the lens of monastic life, we come to see that fear can lead us to deeper connections with ourselves and others. It can inspire compassion, cultivate resilience, and ultimately illuminate the path toward greater understanding. As we reflect on the role of fear in the lives of monks, we are reminded that the struggle is universal. Each of us, in our own way, grapples with the specters of doubt and uncertainty. Yet, through the teachings of monastic tradition, we find solace in the knowledge that we are not alone in our fears. Together, we can navigate the shadows, transforming our struggles into opportunities for growth and connection. In this profound exploration of the human spirit, we discover that fear, when embraced and understood, has the power to lead us toward liberation. It is through facing our demons that we find the strength to rise, to love, and to live fully in the light of our shared humanity. This journey, like that of the monks, invites us to confront the darkness with courage, ultimately illuminating the path toward our own spiritual awakening. There exists a realm of thought that tantalizes the curious and terrifies the cautious. It is the land of forbidden knowledge, where the secrets of the universe lie just beyond our reach, shrouded in mystery and often cloaked in myths. What compels humanity to weave these intricate tales around knowledge deemed too dangerous or too profound to grasp? As we delve into this captivating subject, we will unravel the threads that connect myth to reality, exploring why the allure of forbidden knowledge continues to captivate our collective imagination. Imagine a world where every question has a straightforward answer, where knowledge flows freely and curiosity is celebrated. Yet, throughout history, that very curiosity has led to the creation of barriers. Tales of ancient civilizations, from Sumer to Egypt, reveal how knowledge was often guarded jealously, reserved for a select few. Priests, shamans, and scholars held on to secrets like precious gems, fearing that unearthing them might disrupt the delicate balance of existence. The ancient Greeks too warned of the perils of knowledge in the myth of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods only to face eternal punishment. This idea that knowledge could come at a cost became a motif throughout history, giving birth to countless myths warning against the pursuit of the unknown. In modern times, we find ourselves at an intersection of science and myth. As we peel back the layers of our understanding, we often stumble upon stories that blur the lines between what is real and what is imagined. Consider the famous tale of Atlantis, a civilization said to have possessed advanced technology and wisdom. The myth of Atlantis persists today, captivating hearts and minds, prompting questions about lost knowledge and the potential consequences of its rediscovery. What if there were truths hidden within these myths? What if ancient stories were not merely fables but reflections of humanity's struggle with knowledge and its implications? To grasp the significance of these myths, we must explore the psychological underpinnings that drive our fascination with forbidden knowledge. The human psyche is inherently curious, a trait that has propelled us to great heights. Yet, with curiosity comes the weight of responsibility. The fear of what might happen if we unlock certain truths looms large over our collective consciousness. This fear is often articulated in myths. For instance, the story of the Tower of Babel serves as a powerful reminder of humanity's ambition and the divine intervention that sought to curtail it. In striving for knowledge, we risk alienating ourselves from the divine, creating a chasm that can lead to chaos. As we traverse through history, we discover that forbidden knowledge often emerges in times of crisis. The invention of the printing press, for example, democratized access to information, leading to a surge of ideas that challenged established norms. Yet, with this newfound freedom came trepidation. The Church, threatened by the potential for dissent, labeled many ideas as heretical, creating a fertile ground for the myth of forbidden knowledge to flourish. The tales of Galileo, Copernicus, and other thinkers who dared to challenge the status quo serve as reminders of the fierce battles fought over the ownership of knowledge. These narratives remind us that knowledge has always been a double-edged sword, capable of enlightening but also of inciting fear and conflict. The scientific revolution further complicated our relationship with knowledge. As we began to understand the natural world through observation and experimentation, the myths surrounding knowledge evolved. No longer were the guardians of wisdom confined to temples and sacred texts. Now, anyone with the right tools could unlock the mysteries of the universe. Yet, this shift did not eliminate fear. Instead, it transformed it. The fear now lay not in the pursuit of knowledge itself, but rather in the misuse of that knowledge. The development of nuclear energy, for instance, ushered in an age of unprecedented power, yet it also cast a shadow of destruction. The myth of Pandora's box, which warns of unleashing forces we cannot control, resonates deeply in this context, reminding us of the potential consequences of our intellectual pursuits. As we delve deeper into the realm of the forbidden, we encounter the notion of esoteric knowledge. Throughout history, various groups have claimed to possess wisdom that transcends ordinary understanding. Secret societies, mystics, and occult traditions have perpetuated the myth that certain truths are so profound they can only be grasped by the initiated. The allure of these hidden teachings captivates many, leading individuals to seek out knowledge that is shrouded in secrecy. Yet this pursuit often raises questions about the nature of knowledge itself. Is it inherently good or evil? Can knowledge be weaponized? These questions echo throughout history, manifesting in the myths we create to navigate the complexities of our existence. In contemporary society, the myths surrounding forbidden knowledge have taken on new forms. The rise of the internet has transformed the landscape of information dissemination, granting unprecedented access to a wealth of knowledge. Yet with this access comes a paradox. The more we know, the more we realize how much we do not understand. Conspiracy theories, alternative facts, and misinformation thrive in this digital age, feeding into the myth that there are hidden truths waiting to be uncovered. The desire to seek out these truths is often driven by a longing for certainty in an uncertain world, leading to a cyclical relationship between knowledge and myth. In this age of information overload, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The myths surrounding forbidden knowledge continue to evolve, shaping our perceptions and influencing our actions. As we grapple with the implications of our discoveries, we must ask ourselves, how do we discern what is worth knowing? Are the myths we create mere distractions, or do they serve a purpose in our understanding of the world? The answers may lie within the very fabric of these stories, woven together by the threads of human experience. As we conclude this exploration into forbidden knowledge and the myths that envelop it, we are left with more questions than answers. The stories we tell ourselves about knowledge, its pursuit, and its implications reflect our deepest fears and aspirations. They remind us that knowledge is not merely an accumulation of facts. It is an intricate dance between light and shadow, understanding and misunderstanding. As we navigate this intricate landscape, let us embrace the curiosity that drives us, while remaining mindful of the responsibilities that accompany it. The journey of knowledge is ongoing, and with each step, we uncover new layers of understanding, revealing the myths that shape our reality. Imagine, for a moment, a dusty, dimly lit room in an ancient monastery. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment and ink, and the faint sound of a quill scratching against a scroll fills the silence. Here, in this sacred space, the Codex, a treasure trove of knowledge and faith, was born. But this was not just a simple book. It was a vessel of power, a source of both reverence and suspicion. The relationship between the Codex and the Church is a fascinating tale that ebbs and flows between uncertainty and intrigue, and it invites us to explore the depths of belief, authority, and the pursuit of truth. The Codex, an ancient manuscript format, has held a unique place in the history of Christianity. From its early days, it was seen as a revolutionary medium, a shift from scrolls to a bound collection of texts. But why did this transition matter so much? What lay behind the Church's initial apprehension towards these early books? To understand this, we must journey back to the early centuries of Christianity, a time when the Church was still finding its footing amidst a Roman Empire fraught with pagan beliefs and competing ideologies. The emergence of the Codex was not merely a technological advancement, it represented a shift in how knowledge was preserved and disseminated. The Codex was portable, accessible, and could contain multiple texts within its covers. This versatility made it a powerful tool for spreading the message of Christianity, yet it also sparked fear among church leaders who were wary of the potential for misinformation and heresy. As the Church began to establish its authority, the Codex became a battleground for theological debates. What scriptures were deemed sacred? Which texts would be included in the official canon, and which were to be labeled as apocryphal? The Codex, with its ability to house a multitude of writings, became a symbol of both unity and division. For the Church, the challenge was not just about controlling the message, but also about maintaining the integrity of the faith. In this climate of suspicion, the Codex was both embraced and resisted. Some church leaders recognized its potential to disseminate Christian teachings far and wide, while others feared it would dilute their authority. This dichotomy created a tension that would shape the future of Christian literature. As we explore this relationship further, we encounter the figure of the early church father, Irenaeus of Lyons. He was a staunch defender of Orthodox Christianity, fiercely opposing various sects that sought to challenge the established beliefs. Irenaeus understood the power of the Codex and utilized it as a means to unify believers. His writings, collected in a codex format, served not only to affirm the Church's teachings, but also to combat the rising tide of Gnosticism, a belief system that threatened to fracture the early Christian community. With Irenaeus leading the charge, the Church began to see the Codex not just as a potential threat, but as an ally in its mission to spread the gospel. The process of canonization, the formal recognition of certain texts as authoritative, began to take shape. The Codex became a vessel for these selected writings, solidifying the Church's teachings and providing a foundation for future generations. Yet, the journey of the Codex was far from linear. As Christianity spread across the Mediterranean, different regions embraced the Codex in varied ways. In places like Egypt and Syria, the Codex flourished, while in other areas, traditional scrolls remained the preferred medium. This geographical disparity raised questions about authenticity and authority, leading to debates that would echo through the ages. In the midst of these discussions emerged a new wave of curiosity. Scholars, scribes, and theologians began to explore the vast landscape of early Christian texts, delving into the riches of the Codex. This burgeoning interest sparked a revival of ancient writings, some of which had been buried in obscurity for generations. The Codex became a bridge to the past, a means by which forgotten voices could be heard once more. As the Church began to embrace this new curiosity, we see the emergence of a fascinating phenomenon: the rise of the monastic tradition. Monasteries became centers of learning and scholarship, where monks diligently copied and preserved texts. The Codex was not just a book in these sacred spaces, it became a symbol of devotion, a conduit for spiritual exploration. In these hallowed halls, monks would labor over manuscripts, their hands moving skillfully as they transcribed sacred texts. Each stroke of the quill was an act of worship, a way to connect with the divine through the written word. The Codex transformed into a sacred artifact imbued with spiritual significance. It was here that the Church found an unexpected ally in its quest for knowledge, a partnership forged in faith and curiosity. With the rise of the Codex and its acceptance within monastic communities, we start to see a shift in the Church's approach to Scripture itself. No longer was the text merely a source of authority. It became a subject of study and interpretation. Theologians began to explore the depths of Scripture, seeking to understand its meanings and implications. This newfound curiosity led to the development of commentaries and theological treatises, expanding the reach of the Codex beyond mere replication. The Church was no longer just a guardian of sacred texts. It became a vibrant intellectual community, engaging with questions of faith and existence. The Codex, once a source of suspicion, had transformed into a wellspring of curiosity and exploration. As we move further into the medieval period, the Codex would continue to evolve alongside the Church. The invention of the printing press in the 15th century marked a significant turning point. The mass production of texts made the Codex more accessible than ever, democratizing knowledge and allowing for the proliferation of ideas. The Church, once hesitant, began to realize the power of this new technology. However, with great power came great responsibility. The Reformation would soon challenge the Church's authority, igniting debates that echoed through the centuries. The Codex, now a tool for both reformers and defenders of the faith, would play a pivotal role in shaping the future of Christianity. In the midst of this turmoil, the Codex stood as a testament to the enduring power of the written word. It served as a reminder that knowledge, when approached with curiosity rather than suspicion, could illuminate the path toward understanding and unity. The relationship between the Codex and the Church had evolved from one of apprehension to one of exploration. And in this journey, we find a narrative that speaks to the heart of human curiosity. As we reflect on this intricate tapestry of faith and knowledge, we see the Codex not just as a relic of the past, but as a living embodiment of the quest for truth. It reminds us that the journey of discovery is often fraught with challenges, but it is in navigating these complexities that we find clarity and connection. The Codex and the Church, once entwined in suspicion, transformed through curiosity, inviting us all to engage with the mysteries of faith and history. Can you imagine holding a piece of history in your hands, a document that has survived centuries, whispering secrets of its past? Each ink stroke and faded letter tells a story, not only of the words penned, but of the materials that brought them to life. This is the intriguing world of modern forensics, where ink, vellum, and carbon dating come together to unlock the mysteries of our past. Ink, an ordinary substance that we often overlook, holds extraordinary power. It has been the silent witness to human thoughts, emotions, and events for millennia. From ancient scrolls to modern manuscripts, ink has traveled through time, and every drop carries with it a unique fingerprint. But how do we decipher the story behind the ink? The answer lies in the meticulous art of forensic analysis. Imagine a weathered letter, its edges frayed, the ink faded, yet the essence of its message remains intact. For forensic scientists, such documents are like puzzles waiting to be solved. They employ a variety of techniques to analyze ink, examining its chemical composition to determine its origin and age. By using advanced tools such as infrared spectroscopy and chromatography, experts can identify the pigments and dyes that make up the ink. This scientific approach unveils not only the type of ink used, but also the historical context in which it was created. Consider the iconic works of Shakespeare, penned in the late 16th century. What if we could analyze the ink used in those manuscripts? By identifying the specific components, researchers could trace the ink back to the region it was produced, giving us insights into the materials available during that time. Perhaps we could even uncover the identity of the ink maker, adding another layer to the story of Shakespeare's works. Such revelations can reshape our understanding of literary history, challenging long-held assumptions and sparking new debates among scholars. Yet ink analysis is just one part of the forensic puzzle. The surface on which it is written, the paper or vellum, plays an equally crucial role. Vellum, a fine parchment made from animal skin, was the medium of choice for many important documents throughout history. Its durability and elegance made it ideal for everything from royal decrees to manuscripts of great literature. But like ink, vellum too carries its own secrets. Forensic scientists examine the texture, thickness, and even the microscopic fibers of vellum to determine its origin and age. Each piece of vellum can tell a tale of the animal it was made from, the methods of preparation employed, and the region in which it was produced. By connecting these dots, researchers can build a more comprehensive picture of the historical context surrounding a document. For instance, if a manuscript is found on vellum derived from a specific animal prevalent in a particular region, it can provide clues about the geographic and cultural influences at play in its creation. As we delve deeper into the world of forensics, we cannot overlook the essential process of carbon dating. This method, often associated with archaeological finds, has become an invaluable tool for determining the age of organic materials. It operates on a simple yet profound principle. Every living organism contains carbon, and when it dies, the carbon-14 isotopes within it begin to decay at a consistent rate. By measuring the remaining carbon-14 in a sample, scientists can estimate when the organism perished, thus providing a timeline for the artifact in question. Imagine a fragile manuscript, its pages yellowed with age, containing insights into a civilization long gone. By applying carbon dating techniques, we can establish a timeline for when this document was created, anchoring it within a historical context. This is particularly vital for establishing the authenticity of documents that claim to be from a specific era. The implications are enormous. A single date can validate or invalidate an entire narrative. While carbon dating has revolutionized our understanding of history, it is not without limitations. The process is effective primarily for organic materials, meaning that documents made from synthetic materials or those heavily treated may elude accurate dating. Furthermore, the range of carbon dating is generally limited to around 50,000 years, which presents challenges when examining ancient texts. Nevertheless, when applied correctly, carbon dating serves as a powerful ally in the forensic toolkit. The intersection of ink analysis, vellum examination, and carbon dating represents the forefront of forensic science, illuminating the past in ways we never thought possible. Each technique complements the others, creating a detailed and nuanced understanding of historical documents. Together, they form a triad of inquiry that not only verifies authenticity but also enriches our comprehension of cultural and historical evolution. Consider the case of the Vinland map, a controversial artifact that sparked debates among historians and forensics experts alike. This map, which allegedly depicts Viking territories in North America, was subjected to rigorous scientific scrutiny. Through ink analysis, researchers discovered that the ink used on the map contained a modern pigment, raising questions about its authenticity. Meanwhile, carbon dating revealed that the parchment was genuine, complicating the narrative further. This case exemplifies how the combined efforts of various forensic techniques can lead to groundbreaking revelations, challenging our understanding of history. The ongoing exploration of ink, vellum, and carbon dating continues to redefine our relationship with the past. Each discovery serves as a reminder of the fragility of history and the importance of preserving our cultural heritage. Forensic scientists, armed with their knowledge and tools, act as custodians of time, piecing together stories that might otherwise remain lost to the ages. As we journey through this fascinating realm of modern forensics, we must recognize the profound impact these techniques have on our understanding of identity, culture, and history. They allow us to engage with the past in a meaningful way, bridging the gap between generations and reminding us that the stories we tell today are built upon the foundations laid by those who came before us. So next time you encounter an old letter, a faded manuscript, or an ancient map, take a moment to reflect on the intricate processes that have preserved these artifacts for our scrutiny. Through the lenses of modern forensics, we can unravel the rich tapestry of human history, one ink stroke at a time. Every document is a portal to another time and place, inviting us to delve deeper into the stories that shape our understanding of the world. The adventure of discovery awaits, and the ink is still wet with possibility. Imagine walking through a dimly lit cinema, the aroma of buttery popcorn filling the air, and the excitement of the audience palpable as the lights dim and the screen flickers to life. The allure of pop culture has always been intertwined with mystery, drawing us into stories that captivate our imagination and challenge our understanding of reality. From the silver screen to immersive games, the enigmatic threads of storytelling weave through our lives, creating a tapestry of intrigue that transcends generations. In this chapter, we delve into the fascinating interplay between pop culture and the world of mystery, exploring how films and games have shaped our perceptions, ignited our curiosity, and engaged our minds in thrilling ways. Together, let us embark on this journey through the shadows and secrets that define our favorite narratives, uncovering the layers that make these stories not just entertainment, but a reflection of our collective psyche. Mystery, at its core, is an invitation to explore the unknown. It challenges us to think critically and question what we see. This is why films like SE7N, directed by David Fincher, leave such a lasting mark. The film's dark exploration of morality and the human psyche invites viewers to ponder the depths of evil. The meticulous narrative, combined with haunting visuals, crafts a story that lingers long after the credits roll. As we watch detectives unravel the sinister motivations behind a series of gruesome murders, we find ourselves not just spectators, but participants in the quest for understanding. The mystery influences our thoughts, urging us to consider the complexities of human nature. Shifting gears, we turn to the realm of video games, where interactivity amplifies the mystery experience. Titles like the Silent Hill series invite players into a world of psychological horror and enigmatic puzzles. Here, the mystery is not merely a plot device, but a fundamental part of gameplay. Players must navigate fog-laden streets, confronting their fears and piecing together fragmented narratives. The allure of solving a mystery becomes a personal journey, as each player's choices shape the outcome. This immersive experience allows us to engage with the narrative on a deeper level, fostering an emotional connection that is often absent in traditional storytelling mediums. The synergy of pop culture and mystery is not confined to the horror genre. Consider the iconic Sherlock Holmes adaptations, from Arthur Conan Doyle's original tales to modern cinematic interpretations like Sherlock starring Benedict Cumberbatch. The character of Sherlock Holmes has become a symbol of intellectual curiosity and deductive reasoning. Each adaptation breathes new life into the classic detective story, inviting audiences to join in the hunt for clues and the thrill of revelation. Holmes exemplifies the archetype of the detective, a figure whose very existence is rooted in the resolution of mysteries, compelling us to engage with the narrative as we try to solve the puzzle alongside him. As we explore further, we encounter the phenomenon of true crime. This genre has exploded in popularity, captivating audience interest through podcasts, docuseries, and films. What is it about real-life mysteries that fascinates us so deeply? Perhaps it's the raw authenticity, the unsettling reminder that truth can be stranger than fiction. Works like Making a Murderer and The Jinx reveal the complexities of justice and morality, blurring the lines between right and wrong. These narratives invite us to scrutinize evidence, question motives, and grapple with unresolved questions, all while keeping us on the edge of our seats. Yet, while we are drawn to the excitement of solving mysteries, there is also a darker undertone. The fixation on crime and the macabre can sometimes lead to ethical dilemmas. The portrayal of victims and the sensationalism surrounding their stories can raise questions about the morality of our fascination. Are we mere spectators, or do we have a responsibility to seek understanding and justice? As we consume these narratives, it is crucial to reflect on their impact and the stories we choose to amplify. Embracing the lighter side of mystery, the genre of mystery comedy has emerged as a delightful fusion of intrigue and humor. Films like Knives Out, with its clever plot twists and witty dialogue, remind us that mystery does not always have to be dark and brooding. Instead, it can be a playful exploration of deception and human folly. The engaging ensemble cast and sharp writing create an atmosphere where laughter and suspense coexist, inviting audiences to engage with the mystery while enjoying the ride. The success of such films speaks to our desire for escapism, allowing us to indulge in the thrill of the chase without the weight of grim realities. In the world of gaming, mystery comedy has also found its place. Titles like The Return of the Obra Dinn invite players to unravel the fate of a ghost ship through a unique blend of deduction and humor. The game's distinctive art style and innovative gameplay mechanics create an atmosphere that is both engaging and light-hearted. As players piece together the ship's tragic story, they are not just solving a mystery, they are also experiencing a narrative that balances tension with moments of levity. This harmonious blend reminds us that mystery can be multifaceted, offering a spectrum of emotions that resonate with diverse audiences. As we navigate through the labyrinth of pop culture and mystery, we must also acknowledge the influence of technology. The rise of streaming platforms has transformed the way we consume narratives, allowing us to binge-watch entire seasons of mystery thrillers in one sitting. Series like True Detective and Mindhunter showcase the power of episodic storytelling, drawing viewers into intricate plots that evolve over time. This format fosters deeper engagement, as audiences are given the space to dissect clues and theories, creating a communal experience where discussions and analyses flourish. The advent of virtual reality has taken the mystery genre to new heights, offering players an unprecedented level of immersion. Games like The Invisible Hours allow players to step into a meticulously crafted world, observing characters and uncovering secrets in real time. This innovative approach not only enhances the storytelling experience, but transforms the way we interact with narratives, blurring the lines between the observer and the participant. As we reflect on the journey through pop culture and mystery, it becomes clear that these narratives serve a greater purpose. They challenge us to confront our fears, question our beliefs, and engage in discussions that matter. Whether through the chilling revelations of a psychological thriller, the light-hearted twists of a mystery comedy, or the interactive puzzles of a video game, the allure of mystery remains a constant thread in our cultural fabric. In the end, the marriage of pop culture and mystery reveals something profound about the human experience. It reflects our innate desire to seek answers, to understand the world around us, and to explore the complexities of our existence. So, as we continue to consume these narratives, let us remember the power they hold, not just as entertainment, but as a mirror reflecting the enigmas of our lives. Embrace the mystery, for in the shadows lies the potential for discovery, connection, and the thrill of the unknown. What is it about the printed page that captivates us, entices us, and sometimes haunts us? For centuries, books have been vessels of knowledge, harbingers of stories, and portals to worlds unknown. Yet, beneath their physical form lies an intangible aura, an essence that stirs something deep within our souls. This is the aura of the book, and its influence reaches far beyond mere words on paper. Imagine stepping into a dimly lit library, the air thick with dust and the scent of aged parchment. Each book, a silent guardian of secrets, beckons you closer. The spine of an ancient tome catches your eye, its cracked leather cover whispering tales of long-forgotten times. This is where the magic begins. The book is not just an object, it is a gateway. It carries with it the weight of history, the passion of its creator, and the countless minds that have engaged with its pages. Books have the uncanny ability to evoke emotions, joy, sorrow, nostalgia, and even fear. They can transport us to distant lands or immerse us in the depths of our own psyche. But why do we feel such a profound connection to them? Perhaps it is the way they mirror our own experiences, reflecting back our hopes, dreams, and fears. Each story is a thread woven into the tapestry of human existence, binding us together through shared narratives. As we delve deeper into the essence of the book, we must first confront the idea of its physicality. The texture of the paper, the weight of the cover, and even the smell of ink evoke a sensory experience that digital formats cannot replicate. There's a distinct pleasure in turning the pages, feeling the resistance of the paper, and hearing the soft rustle as you uncover new passages. This tactile relationship fosters a connection that transcends the mere consumption of content. It becomes an intimate dialogue between reader and text. Consider the artists, writers, and thinkers who have poured their souls into their creations. Their thoughts, emotions, and ideologies are captured within the confines of a book, encapsulated for generations to explore. Each paragraph echoes with the essence of its author, allowing us to glimpse their innermost thoughts. In this way, books become living entities, breathing life into the frozen ink on their pages. They haunt us not just with their stories, but with the presence of those who created them. Yet, there is a darker side to this enchanting aura. Some books are steeped in controversy, their narratives igniting debates and passions that can lead to conflict. Think of the tomes that have been banned, burned, or buried throughout history. These are not merely words, they are symbols of resistance, rebellion, and the quest for truth. The aura of such books is tinged with a sense of danger, a whisper of rebellion that calls to those who dare to confront uncomfortable truths. The haunting nature of books extends into the realm of memory and nostalgia. The first book you ever read, the one that sparked your love for literature, carries an emotional weight that is impossible to measure. It is a time capsule, preserving a moment in your life forever, etched in your heart. Books mark the milestones of our journeys, each chapter a reflection of who we were at that time and who we have become since. This connection fosters a haunting sense of longing, a desire to revisit the moments that shaped us. As we traverse through the landscape of literature, we encounter the phenomenon of bibliomania, the obsessive love of books. This fervor turns readers into collectors, historians, and seekers of knowledge. The pursuit of rare editions, first prints, and signed copies becomes an exhilarating quest. Each find is a treasure, imbued with its own unique story, and the thrill of discovery adds another layer to the aura of the book. The act of collecting elevates these objects from mere commodities to sacred artifacts, each one a key to the past. In an age where screens dominate our interactions, the allure of physical books remains steadfast. They stand as beacons of authenticity in a world increasingly defined by artificiality. There is a profound comfort in holding a book, of knowing that its contents are unfiltered by algorithms or targeted ads. The act of reading becomes a deeply personal experience, a sanctuary where we can escape the noise of modern life and engage with our own thoughts. Moreover, the aura of the book extends to the community it creates. Book clubs, literary festivals, and online forums bring together individuals who share a passion for reading. These gatherings foster connections that can last a lifetime, bridging gaps across cultures and generations. The discussions that arise from a shared reading experience can unveil new perspectives, challenge preconceptions, and ignite friendships. In this way, the aura of the book transforms from a solitary experience into a collective journey, uniting readers in their quest for understanding and connection. Each book also holds the potential to challenge the status quo. Authors have long wielded the power of the pen to critique society, provoke thought, and inspire change. The written word has been a catalyst for revolutions, movements, and ideologies. Whether it's a manifesto, a novel, or a poem, books possess an uncanny ability to resonate with the human spirit, motivating individuals to rise up and demand justice. The haunting aura of these works lies in their capacity to awaken dormant passions and provoke action. As we ponder the complexities of the book, we cannot overlook the role of storytelling itself. Stories are the lifeblood of culture, passed down through generations as a means of understanding our world. They shape our identities, instill values, and influence our perceptions. The stories we consume become part of our narrative, intertwining with our lives in profound ways. The aura of the book is intricately linked to the timeless tradition of storytelling, a bond that transcends language and geography. Now, let us reflect on the future of books in a rapidly evolving landscape. Will the digital age diminish their aura, or will it enhance it? The rise of e-books and audiobooks presents new opportunities for accessibility and reach. Yet, the tactile experience of a physical book remains unparalleled. As technology continues to advance, the challenge lies in preserving the essence of the book while embracing innovation. Perhaps the true magic lies in finding a balance, allowing us to cherish the past while embracing the future. In the end, the aura of the book is more than a mere fascination. It is a reflection of our shared humanity. It reminds us that we are not alone in our thoughts, fears, and desires. Each book carries the weight of its history, the spirit of its creator, and the echoes of countless readers who have come before us. This haunting connection is what draws us to books time and time again, a reminder that within the pages of a book, we find not only stories, but also pieces of ourselves. The aura of the book will continue to haunt us, inviting us to explore, to dream, and to connect with the world around us in ways we have yet to discover. So the next time you find yourself lost in the pages of a book, take a moment to appreciate the magic that surrounds you. Feel the aura, for it is a haunting reminder of the power of the written word. What if I told you that a single ancient manuscript might hold the key to understanding centuries of power dynamics, intrigue, and perhaps even secrets that could reshape our perception of history? This is the tantalizing premise behind the Codex, a mysterious text that has captivated scholars, historians, and conspiracy theorists alike. Theories of power are as old as civilization itself, but few artifacts spark such heated debate as the Codex. Does it contain hidden knowledge? Are there secrets woven into its pages that could change everything we know about authority and control? As we embark on this exploration of Chap 28 Theories of Power, Did the Codex Hold Secrets?, we will delve into the very essence of power as it is represented in the Codex. We'll traverse ancient civilizations, examine historical figures, and confront the complex web of influence that shapes our world even today. Imagine a time when the world was ruled not by democratic ideals but by the whims of emperors, kings, and tyrants. In this age, knowledge was often equated with power. Those who controlled information could manipulate the masses, create myths, and enforce their rule with an iron fist. The Codex emerges from this context, a product of a time when secrets were currency, and the written word was a tool of dominion. The Codex itself is a remarkable artifact, believed to have originated in the shadows of a forgotten civilization, its exact origins clouded by time and speculation. Historians debate its creation, with theories ranging from a mere collection of religious texts to a comprehensive manual on governance and control. What if the Codex offered insights into the tactics of manipulation wielded by rulers throughout history? What if it held the answers to the questions that have haunted humanity for centuries? How does one maintain power? How does one challenge it? To understand the Codex, we must explore the broader landscape of power theories. Power can be defined in many ways: coercive, persuasive, structural, and symbolic. Each theory offers a different lens through which to view authority. The Machiavellian approach, for instance, suggests that the ends justify the means. To maintain power, one must not shy away from manipulation and deceit. The writings of Niccolo Machiavelli, particularly his pivotal work, The Prince, echo through the ages, casting shadows over leaders who aspire to greatness. Yet the Codex seems to transcend mere Machiavellian tactics. Some scholars argue that it delves into the psychological dimensions of power. It speaks not only to how power is obtained, but also to how it is perceived and maintained within the collective consciousness. Could it be that the Codex reveals more about the human condition than about political strategy? As we dig deeper, we encounter the allegorical nature of the Codex. It is said that within its passages lie parables and metaphors designed to unveil the human psyche's vulnerabilities. The Codex invites readers to reflect on their perceptions of authority, challenging them to question the status quo. The power of the Codex might lie not in its explicit instructions, but in its ability to provoke thought and inspire rebellion against oppressive structures. The story of the Codex does not exist in isolation. It intersects with pivotal moments in history, revolutions, uprisings, and the rise and fall of empires. When we consider the French Revolution, for example, we see a population fueled by ideas of liberty and equality. But what if the seeds of that revolution were sown in the pages of the Codex? The cries for freedom echo the sentiments expressed in its lyrical prose. The Codex becomes a silent companion to those who seek change, suggesting that the power of the written word can ignite revolutions. Moreover, we must examine the implications of the Codex on popular culture and modern society. In an age where the media plays a crucial role in shaping perceptions, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The Codex holds a mirror to our own struggles with power dynamics, the rise of social media influences, and the role of misinformation echo the themes embedded within this ancient text. Are we witnessing a modern reflection of the age-old battle for control of knowledge? As we navigate through the various theories of power, we must also confront the question of access. Who gets to interpret the Codex? Throughout history, the gatekeepers of knowledge have wielded immense power. The Codex has been jealously guarded, revered by some, and feared by others. Its contents have been shrouded in secrecy, with only a select few claiming to unlock its mysteries. This raises a critical point. Is power truly elusive, or is it merely concentrated in the hands of those who control its narrative? The Codex serves as a reminder that knowledge is power, but it is also a responsibility. For every rise of a dictator, there is a counter-movement fueled by the very principles contained within its pages. The cycle of power is perpetual, and the lessons of the Codex resonate through time, urging us to remain vigilant and aware of the forces that seek to shape our lives. As we conclude our exploration of Chap 28 Theories of Power, did the Codex hold secrets? We find ourselves standing at the intersection of history and modernity. The theories of power encapsulated in the Codex invite us to reflect on our own roles as agents of change. In a world where authority often seems insurmountable, the Codex remains a beacon of hope, urging us to question, to challenge, and to seek the truth. The secrets of the Codex may not be fully unveiled, but its impact is undeniable. It continues to inspire those who seek to understand the intricacies of power, urging us to delve deeper into the narratives that shape our collective consciousness. With every turn of its pages, we are reminded that the quest for knowledge is not merely an academic pursuit. It is a journey that defines our very humanity. As we step away from this chapter, let us carry with us the lessons learned and the questions raised. For the Codex is not just a relic of the past, but a guide for the future. Imagine standing before a tome so enigmatic that its very pages seem to pulse with a life of their own. A book that some have called the most infamous manuscript in history, the Codex Gigas, more commonly known as the Devil's Bible. This legendary book is not merely a relic of the past, it is a vessel of myth, mystery, and a bizarre connection to the supernatural. Today, we embark on a journey to unearth the secrets of the Devil's Bible as it resides in Stockholm, Sweden, where visitors from around the globe gather to witness its haunting beauty and enigmatic allure. The Codex Gigas is not your average medieval manuscript. Bound in leather and weighing an astonishing 75 kilograms, it is said to have been created in the early 13th century. Legend tells of a monk condemned to solitude for his sins who made a pact with the devil to complete this enormous tome in a single night. Yet, what truly captivates the imagination is not just the story of its creation, but the contents within. This colossal book contains the entirety of the Bible, along with a wealth of historical texts, medical knowledge, and even a depiction of the devil himself, his towering figure cast in shadow, a reminder of the darker corners of our world. As visitors step into the National Library of Sweden, they are greeted by an atmosphere thick with anticipation. The Codex Gigas stands encased in protective glass, a guardian of its secrets. People come from all walks of life, historians, thrill-seekers, and the simply curious, each drawn to the allure of the forbidden. What drives this fascination? Perhaps it is the promise of the supernatural, or the chance to touch a piece of history that has survived the ravages of time. One cannot help but wonder what thoughts swirl in the minds of those who gaze upon the pages. Are they aware that for centuries this manuscript has inspired countless legends? Some claim that the devil himself helped to create it, while others believe it serves as a warning against the perils of hubris. In a world where the line between fact and fiction often blurs, the Devil's Bible stands as a testament to both mankind's creativity and our deepest fears. As we delve deeper into the history of this remarkable artifact, the narrative takes us back to the dark medieval landscape of the Czech Republic, where the Codex was born. The story begins in a remote monastery, where a single monk, driven by desperation and perhaps madness, set out to craft a monumental work that would earn him immortality. The whispers of the past echo in the library halls, reminding us of the fervor that led to the book's creation. Yet the question remains, what drove this monk to such extremes? Was it sheer ambition, or was there something more sinister at play? The tale takes a darker turn when we consider the many owners of the Codex over the centuries. After its creation, it became a prized possession of emperors and kings, each adding to its mystique. But with each passing hand, the book seemed to accumulate an aura of malevolence. Some claimed that misfortune followed those who possessed it, leading to a series of untimely deaths and tragedies. As whispers of curses spread, the allure of the Devil's Bible only intensified. It became a relic not just of history but of superstition. In modern times, the Codex Gigas has transformed into a symbol of intrigue and fascination. Visitors flock to Stockholm, eager to catch a glimpse of a book that is often referred to as the eighth wonder of the world. Each person who stands before its pages hopes to unlock a fragment of its mystery, to feel the weight of history pressing down upon them. The atmosphere is electric as audiences gather for guided tours, where experts share not only the history of the manuscript, but also the stories that have become intertwined with its existence. Among the visitors, one can find scholars who dedicate their lives to studying the text, reveling in the opportunity to examine the intricacies of medieval script and art. Others are simply drawn by the thrill of the unknown, hoping to feel a connection to the supernatural. But what is it about this book that continues to captivate the human spirit? Perhaps it is the combination of beauty and darkness, the juxtaposition of sacred and profane that pulls at the heartstrings of those who dare to confront it. As we listen to the thoughts of those who have come to see the Codex, we begin to understand the book's impact on culture and society. It has inspired countless works of fiction, from novels to films, each attempting to capture its essence and the fear it evokes. The Devil's Bible has become a canvas on which humanity's deepest anxieties about evil and the unknown are painted. It serves as a reminder that even in our technologically advanced age, there remain mysteries that elude our understanding. Throughout the years, various theories have surfaced regarding the manuscript's true meaning. Some scholars argue that the sheer magnitude of the Codex serves as an allegory for the struggle between good and evil, a reflection of humanity's eternal conflict. Others propose that the book is a warning, a cautionary tale of the dangers of knowledge unrestrained by morality. Regardless of the interpretation, one truth remains. The Devil's Bible continues to reign as a cultural touchstone, sparking the imaginations of those who dare to delve into its depths. As night falls over Stockholm, the atmosphere shifts. The shadows lengthen, and the whispers of history seem to come alive. Visitors leave the library, their minds buzzing with thoughts of the Devil's Bible. Some carry a sense of wonder, while others feel a chill of apprehension. What they have encountered is more than just a book. It is a portal to the past, a link to the mysteries that have shaped our world. In the end, the Codex Gigas is not just a manuscript filled with words and images, it is a reflection of our collective psyche. It challenges us to confront our fears, to question our beliefs, and to marvel at the creativity that lies within us all. As visitors depart, they take with them not just memories of a remarkable artifact, but an invitation to explore the darker corners of history and the human spirit. The Devil's Bible, housed in Stockholm, is a testament to the enduring power of stories and the mysteries they hold. It beckons to those who seek knowledge, adventure, and perhaps a glimpse into the unknown. In this world, where the line between myth and reality often blurs, the Codex remains an eternal enigma, a reminder that some questions may never be answered. And perhaps, in that uncertainty, lies the true magic of the Devil's Bible. What if I told you that the threads of time can be woven into a tapestry of choices and destinies? What if the decisions we make today echo through the ages, shaping not just our lives, but the very fabric of history itself? This is the essence of the story you are about to embark on, a journey into Chap 30 Enduring Enigma, a pact beyond time. Imagine a world where time is not a linear path, but a vast ocean of possibilities, each wave representing a choice that could alter the course of existence. This is where our tale begins, with a young woman named Ilara, whose life was forever changed by a single, seemingly innocuous decision. Living in a quaint village nestled between verdant hills and shimmering rivers, Ilara was known for her curiosity and her penchant for the mystical tales whispered by the elders. These stories spoke of ancient pacts, secretive beings, and the power of choices made in moments of desperation. One fateful evening, under a tapestry of stars, Ilara stumbled upon an ancient shrine hidden deep within the woods. It was said that those who sought wisdom could find it there, but at a cost. As she approached the shrine, a strange pull beckoned her closer, as if the very air shimmered with possibilities. The stories she had heard began to swirl in her mind, and she realized that this was her moment. A pivotal choice awaited her. With a heart pounding in her chest, Ilara whispered her wish into the darkness, hoping for guidance. In that instant, the world around her shifted. Shadows coalesced into a figure, a being of light and shadow, neither wholly one nor the other. This enigmatic entity introduced itself as Kail, a guardian of time and choices. It spoke of a pact, one that would intertwine their fates and allow Ilara to glimpse the myriad futures that lay before her. But such pacts are never simple. Kail explained that with great power comes an equally heavy burden. Ilara would have the ability to see the potential outcomes of her choices, but she would also bear the weight of those decisions, knowing that each path carried its own set of consequences. Intrigued yet apprehensive, she pondered the implications of this gift. Would the ability to foresee the future truly grant her freedom, or would it entrap her in a web of uncertainty? The pact was sealed with a whispered promise, a bond that bound Ilara and Kail to one another across the ages. As dawn broke, the first rays of light filtered through the trees, illuminating her path ahead. Ilara felt a rush of exhilaration mixed with fear. The world now lay before her, rich with potential, yet fraught with peril. In the days that followed, Ilara began to explore her newfound abilities. With each choice she faced, she could step into the future, witnessing the consequences of her actions unfold like scenes in a grand play. At first, it felt like a gift, a way to navigate life's complexities with confidence. She aced her exams, forged lasting friendships, and built a promising future. But as time wore on, the weight of knowledge began to bear down on her soul. Each night, she would return to the shrine, seeking guidance from Kail. With every visit, the guardian revealed more about the intricate tapestry of time. Ilara learned that her choices could ripple outward, affecting not just her life, but the lives of those around her. She felt the burden of responsibility heavy on her shoulders. A small misstep could lead to dire consequences. The once exhilarating gift morphed into a haunting reminder of the fragility of existence. A pivotal moment came when Ilara faced a decision that would change everything. Her best friend, Mira, was on the brink of a life-altering choice, one that could lead her to pursue her dreams or tether her to a path of safety. Ilara, burdened by the knowledge of what lay ahead, could see both outcomes vividly. One path led to fulfillment and joy, while the other promised safety but stifled potential. Caught in a tempest of emotions, Ilara grappled with the question: should she intervene or allow Mira to choose her own fate? Her heart ached at the thought of watching her friend struggle, yet she understood that every choice we make is a stepping stone to personal growth. With a heavy heart, Ilara chose to remain silent, trusting that Mira would find her way. As the days passed, Ilara witnessed the unfolding of Mira's journey, filled with triumphs and setbacks. The outcome was not what Ilara had foreseen. It was neither the joyous success nor the disastrous failure she had imagined. Instead, it was a beautiful amalgamation of both, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Ilara realized then that the gift of foresight was not a tool for control, but a reminder of the unpredictable nature of life. With each passing season, Ilara's understanding deepened. The pact she had made with Kael tethered her to the past, yet it also propelled her into the present. She began to embrace the uncertainty of life, recognizing that sometimes the most profound growth comes from the unknown. The fear of making the wrong choice transformed into a celebration of the journey itself. But as Ilara continued to navigate her path, whispers of doubt crept in. What if her choices were leading her toward a future she could not fathom? What if the pact she had made with Kael came with unintended consequences? The shadows of her own fears loomed large, and she found herself questioning whether she had made a grave mistake in accepting this burden. Seeking solace, Ilara returned to the shrine where Kael awaited. The guardian, now a familiar presence, listened as she poured out her fears and frustrations. "You wished to see the future," Kael said softly, "but in doing so, you have forgotten the beauty of the present moment. Life is not merely a series of choices to be navigated, it is a dance to be experienced." In that moment of clarity, Ilara understood. The pact she had forged was not meant to strip her of her agency, but to empower her to embrace her humanity. Each choice was an opportunity for growth, a chance to learn and adapt. She had been given the gift of sight, but it was her heart that would guide her through the uncertainties. With renewed resolve, Ilara stepped back into her life, ready to face whatever the future held. She learned to savor the small moments, the laughter shared with friends, the warmth of a sunset, the thrill of taking risks. The pact with Kael remained, but it no longer felt like a chain binding her to the past. It was a bridge connecting her to the endless possibilities of tomorrow. As time flowed on, Ilara became a beacon of hope for others. Inspired by her journey, she began to share her experiences, encouraging those around her to embrace their own paths, however uncertain they may be. Through her story, she reminded them that life is not just about the choices we make, but about the courage to face the unknown with an open heart. And so the tale of Ilara and her enduring pact with time continues to resonate in the hearts of those who dare to dream. Each of us holds the power to shape our destinies, to forge connections that transcend the boundaries of time. The choices we make may echo through the ages, but it is the journey, the moments, the laughter, the love, that truly define our existence. As we conclude this chapter of Ilara's story, remember that the enigma of time is not something to be feared. Embrace the mysteries that lie ahead, for within them lies the potential for growth, connection, and transformation. The pact you make with time is not one of control, but of understanding and acceptance. Let it guide you, and may your journey be as rich and fulfilling as the choices you dare to embrace.